Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Welcome one and all. You got everything working? How y'all doing? He's off. Let's get to the office, shall we? Hello, welcome to Office Hours. Office Hours is a live AMA stream I do usually on Thursdays. Had some emergencies that had to be dealt with yesterday. Which is also the reason why my latest Astro Historian video is going to be delayed a little longer. But, yeah. Welcome to, this is the AMA live stream. So that's why, if you watch this on YouTube after the fact, you will see it is fairly long. I'm really pale for some reason. I haven't had the camera on for a long time, so it's like, what? Oh, that's why. Myself some color. Go. All right. Hope all's well. All is okay. Effectively, I have owned a 1999 Dodge Dakota since 2009. It had 170,000 miles. And it was working fine, but when I took it to the shop to get it checked, they said you need to replace the entire exhaust manifold in order for it to be up to state standards, and that'll cost you $1,000. So if I wanted to get it registered, to get it re-registered for the year, it was going to cost me $1,000. And I was at the point where I'm like, this truck is old. It is already sunk a lot of money into it to make sure it functions. It's time to move on. I paid for it in cash. The only problem is it means that I'm going to have more monthly expenses, but it just means more content for you because I got to make that content to make that money. So. Am I managing to keep my cool this week? Yes. Because of the heat. The issue with Texas right now isn't that I live in Texas, for those of you who don't know. Austin. But for those of you who don't know, Texas is hot. All of Texas. And it's not the problem. The heat isn't usually the issue. The problem is the length of the heat. Usually it doesn't get into the above 100s and close to 110 degrees until July-ish, like late July, early August. We've had 100 to 110 degree weather every day, just about every day, since June, since May, since the second half of May. So because it's been so long, the heat has been so long, partially because of I believe it's called El La Nina. It's either El Nino or La Nina. They flop every other year. People who live in California know about this too. If you live near the Gulf, or if you live, southwest-ish, you know what I'm talking about. It's a seasonal period that occurs where sometimes it's really hot or it's really cold. And we're in the really hot section of that. We have been. What's 110 degrees in Celsius? It's 40 to 45 degrees Celsius. Yeah, 40 to 45. 100 degrees Fahrenheit is about 40 degrees Celsius. Yeah, halfway to boiling. Yeah, Texas has exhaust rules. The whole state does, but usually it's county to county. I think every county has limited exhaust rules. The two counties that have it, or I think 3 counties that have it, possibly 4. Effectively, most of the counties that are in the big cities have exhaust rules because there's so many people who live in the cities that if you didn't, it would be a nightmare. Travis County, which is where Austin is, has pretty stringent rules. Exactly. Commodore, you know what I'm talking about when I say El Nino and La Nina. The shit we discovered in the 90s. Hey, Vinny. Halfway to boiling? What a way to put it, my hand's blown. Yeah, it's pretty typical here. Like, the advantage is that it doesn't feel that bad. Everything in this area and like lots of the places like Southwest and California, most of this area is built to handle that heat. So while it's 110 degrees Fahrenheit, it's 40 degrees Celsius outside, it stays about 70 degrees Fahrenheit, about 20 degrees Celsius inside. My house was built in 2016. It has good insulation. And I've got a decent AC. You literally have to have an air conditioning unit here. It just means that you can't go outside for extended periods of time without hydrating frequently or wearing proper clothing. It waffles. In the morning, it's very humid, and in the evening, it's towards the afternoon, I should say, it becomes a lot more drier. And dry heat is a lot easier to deal with than wet heat is. Humidity sucks. Oh. Texans would live on Daymar if it had O2. Yep. If you've never experienced dry heat, touch a French fry. Touch a freshly baked French fry. That's what dry heat feels like. That's not humid, Rolo. You live in Tucson. Love the heat. 40 plus days are the best from Australia. Yeah. You finished Strange New Worlds. I got to go through and watch it. I haven't done it so yet. I've heard it's great, though. And I will say, my claim to fame is I know Anson Mount. Anson Mount went to the same college I did. He went to the same university. We went to the exact same theater program with the same professors, and we were in the same fraternity. Now, he graduated in the 90s. I graduated in the late 2000s, but he showed up at least twice to our campus to talk about what it was like to work in Hollywood and to work in like the film industry and the TV industry and stuff like that. So I actually have met him and talked with him before. We've burned couches together. It's a very different story. It's hard to explain. Our fraternity likes to burn stuff because we're the nerds, which is another weird thing to explain. But yeah, we don't. The long story short is my university that I went to is weird, and you cannot. For those of you who are not in the U.S., don't try to use any kind of ideas of what fraternity is from movies. And those of you who are in the U.S., it's nothing like anything you've experienced in terms of fraternities. No wonder I like Pyro so much. The Burnin' Nerds? That's a new Pyro gang? I wish. They burn a lot of couches, yes. Did we know before today CIG was working with another company that was Quanta? Or is that an info today on SCL? That's what we're going to talk about. Hence the title. We'll talk about it here in a moment. But I'm going to go over why it's something that they have and haven't told us, and why it's not a big deal. It's not going to be a capsule, though. It's just, since this is going to be the beginning of the video. I have not done any model updates, so no model updates today, because I have been stupid over the last week. My plan is to record some more videos this coming week. Next week, I want to get every single day, I want to write and record a video for the Astro Historian, so that when we get to the end of July, which is like in 2 weeks, I will have a bunch of videos ready to publish in the backlog, so I can pump them out, because the beginning of the year for me, when I go back to school, is always the hardest to manage content creation and work. So it's a bit of an info bomb, but it's not once you look at the evidence, which is what we're going to go over. Oh, did Sli-Fi drop a bunch of bombs? He did. Sli-Fi, you madman! Thank you for that 5 gifted subs to Darj, Real Kelsar, Rundox, Lazy Donuts, and Chuck Hardwood. It was only possible by clarification from a very tired and very pissed off Jake Acapella. Jake Bradley. They were very, very kind to respond to us, even though they'd been up for 30 hours straight and were at cutting stages of tired. Because Jake gave us the actual spelling of the company, we were able to find it right away. Hoping to see more different Squadron highlights like the Squadron 214 video. That's the plan. My plan is to do a couple different things. Right now, for future videos, I'm finishing up the, because of yesterday and today, I didn't really have time. I've written the script. I haven't recorded it. I'm gonna record it tomorrow and I'm gonna start editing it tomorrow, but I don't think I'll have it done before I have to start streaming for Captain Stable, which is going to be this week. Is going to be Darionator. Oh gosh, we get another Hourglass Mages. God damn. Thank you for those 5 gifted subs. Oh. Ah. Thank you, Hourglass. I meant to check this too. Studio. Still in progress. Okay. Thank you, buddy. And even them biddies there, popping hand. So, yeah, the plan is right now, and we're getting a hype train on Twitch. There we go. The plan is right now that I do the last Crusader video on Sunday, because I probably won't be able to get it on Saturday. If I get it on Saturday, it'll be on Saturday. That's what I want to do. Is every Tuesday and Saturday I do lore videos, because that's about 3 days apart. Ish, yeah. No ISC. There's not been an ISC, so we'll go over that here in a moment too. And then after that, I'm going to do a video on the relics that we can find in game for 317.2, what each of them mean, and the lore behind them, so you get a little bit of an understanding of how this is going to affect the game going forward. So it's a bit of a game and lore combined thing, which is really exciting for me because it's the first time we've done that. Thank you for them biddies there, Randalorn. And then, after that, I'm going to do a series of videos on the rise of Hurston, which should only be 2, because there's not a ton of information about Hurston dynamics. 1, maybe 2 videos. And then, so that'll be next Saturday. And then, that Tuesday, maybe a lore citizen if I can swing it. If not, it'll be a video on it'll be a video probably on I had it in my brain and I lost it. Oh, narrative themes in Star Citizen. The narratives, the things you need to understand about Star Citizen narrative themes. And then that of course that next Saturday will be the last Saturday of July will be Hurston Dynamics, and then after that, I'm probably gonna start doing. If you see the theme, I'm gonna go through all of the planets of Stanton. But on Tuesdays is gonna be kind of my smaller ones, like my list videos and other things covering different stuff, but fate based in lore. And at some point in August, one of the things I'm going to drop on a Tuesday is going to be the full 3-part story of Crusader, which will be so like one of the videos for a week will just be the complete compilation of all of them. But I'll keep the individual ones up as well, just because people like those longer videos, because that'll be about an hour long, maybe a little bit more than an hour long, and people like those kind of longer ones to that. So. But you'll see what I'm saying. Like, the goal is to hit 2 videos a week for the next forever. with one longer stuff on the weekend and one short, quick, like bite-sized 10 minutes, 8 minutes to 15-minute long video. And of course, I have an editor who has been working on the first part of the complete history of the verse. It's taking them longer than they'd like, but we've also been getting more funds, so I can start paying them more money to put them more time on these sorts of things as well. The more money that goes into the Patreon, the more I can pay my editor, the more they can focus on my work rather than the other work they have to focus on. As you can, so that way, like, if this isn't going to be a thing, because I know it's not going to be a thing for a while, if ever, if I can get $2,000 a month with Patreon, I can pay for that editor full time. Because they quoted me about $500 a week. $200 to $500 a week for working on it full time. If you're working with me, Darj, it's not going to be cushy because I'm going to tell you which is good, but it's a nice gig. Yes, I can't pay for health insurance, but yeah, I have merch. I got to support my merch more. I got to push the merch more. But the idea is all of these things are moving towards it. I would love to be able to do this full time. I can't. I don't think I will be able to in the short term, but I do want to set myself up to, if something happens, I'm already prepared for what I need to do for doing this as a job. I have merch. Darj has linked you that exclamation point merch in the chat. I have a link for my merch in the video description if you're watching this on YouTube. I got to update more merch, but you know. How's the truck going? The truck is no longer with us. The truck has been sold for a measly $50 for a brand new, not brand new, a used Ford Fiesta. Appropriate. Can you buy my beard? Maybe. That'd be a good, interesting raffle. Thank you for that level 3 hype train. Well, the truck was over 20 years old. It was a 99 Dodge Dakota. It was not long for this world. So it was either trade it in for what I can get for it right now and get a new car and eat the cost, or spend like $3,000 on a car that's going to die in the next 3 years. So yeah, she had to go. It was the truck's time. Yeah, Fiesta will last at least. My dad had it for 20 years. Yeah, that's the idea. My Audi 2007 is not much younger. It's still valued about 10 grand because I keep up on maintenance. I mean, I keep up on maintenance, Darj. It's just 2007 is significantly younger than 1999. That meant your Audi was built in 2006. Mine was built in 1998. Even if it was in perfect working maintenance in the United States, it would go for $500. Perfect working maintenance, it's not that value that high. Hey, Purple Yeti. Yeah, you're good. A new to you Ford Fiesta, yeah. It's the dry heat, huh? I don't know, man. I think it's just the value. The value is different here in the US for certain cars. And maybe because we're more of a car focus than Europe. Because, you know, y'all have this wonderful thing called trains. Mass transit, which we don't have in the US. So cars are much more common. As a result, cars are less valuable. Law of supply and demand. And also, yeah, the car market's kind of nuts. I got a pretty good deal for it. You know, $20K for a 2019 Ford Fiesta with less than 50,000 miles on it, which is, I don't know in kilometers, not a lot. My other car's a Cutlass Black, yeah. It's only been owned by 2 other people, and it's been in Austin for the last, since it was manufactured and shipped. It's been in Austin. Well, that's the thing. It's under, so in the US, a lot of companies do this in the US. They have these warranties that, small warranties, but they also have extended warranties on used cars, which they basically say, hey, as long as you take it in and get it serviced by our people every 3 months, 3 or 6 months, I can't remember. I think it's 3 months. Then it'll be covered under our warranties if anything else breaks. So. I'll stick with my old sports stellar. Okay, Papa Jefe, I'm going to say this. I'm glad you're here because I had the shock of my life. This is going to be something for those of you who know this. I was watching a video and I looked down at the comments and I read a comment like, oh, that's interesting. And then I look at the name because I looked at the icon. That icon looks very familiar. And I see Papa Jefe and I'm like, the fuck is Papa Jefe doing watching a Rad King video, a Fallout lore video? Because surprise, surprise, I follow a fuck ton of other games lore. It's kind of one of the things I do for fun. So it was weird to see you as the tops, like the second comment on that video. Like, holy shit, I know that person. It was on a theory crafting video on how Fallout 3 was likely supposed to take place earlier in the Fallout timeline than it did, based off of the context clues and design choices. Anywho, let's talk about the actual the reason why a lot of y'all are here. This is the end of the intro, so this is at wow, 30 minutes in. About, probably a little less than that, but okay. So many of you, if you haven't watched the ISC, go watch the ISC, especially anytime you have Todd Pappy on. Let me adjust some people's expectations. Many of you who have never seen Todd Pappy may not know that Todd Pappy looks like he's pissed off. That's just Todd. Anytime you watch an ISC, Todd looks like he would rather be anywhere else but that camera. Because he would rather be anywhere else but that camera. Todd Pappy is the director of the PU. He's the person who is in charge of the entirety of the game Star Citizen. Now, obviously, Chris Roberts is the head, but the day-to-day, the choices about like what gets added, what's the priority, where things are going, the person who manages that process is Todd Pappy, who has some amazing stellar eyes. Am I planning on covering a Starfield lore? I already have Astro twice. Well, 3 times. The 3rd time didn't do so well, but I do plan on doing, that was the other thing I was going to do. I was going to start doing once a month. I was going to do some Starfield lore stuff on Tuesdays as well. A lot of people don't like being on camera. It's a natural behavior. Exactly. Todd Pappy is not he's not a camera person. Todd Pappy is a lifelong game maker. Dude has been designing games for a while, so he isn't exactly a person that stands up on stage and does a bunch of stuff. I'm sure he has enough charisma and experience to know how to do that, but he just has resting tired face, I guess you could say. He does smile a couple times. But yes, always, whenever Todd Pappy is on, watch ISC when Todd Pappy is on, because he will give you straight answers, and Jared will ask straight questions. They have to be somewhat related to the patch that they're talking about, but usually he gives a pretty good solid answers. Now, there was a question in ISC which specifically was talking about quantum. I'm going to pull it up. I actually have the full clip downloaded.
Will there be any...
Okay. This is the clip from ISC.
Will there be any additional Quanta instances for more commodities in 3.17.2?
Not right now. I mean, the main goal for us was just to kind of test that out when we initially released it, but basically the game horizon and Tony have been focusing on other things.
Okay. Game horizon, for folks who've never heard that term before, is...
go ahead.
I was gonna...
You got it.
They're another company that we're working with that's helping us build Quanta.
Okay. I'll pull it. I'll turn it up as high. It's as high as it goes. That's as high as it goes. But I'll turn up the desktop audio. There we go. So I'll turn it back to here so you can get the full question.
Goal for us was just to kind of test that out when we...
Will there be any additional Quanta instances for more commodities in 3.17.2?
Not right now. I mean, the main goal for us was just to kind of test that out when we initially released it, but basically the game horizon and Tony have been focusing on other things.
Okay. Game horizon, for folks who've never heard that term before, is... go ahead. I was gonna...
You got it.
They're another company that we're working with that's helping us build Quantum.
Yeah.
We're really good at naming things. Let's see. Let's look at some mission questions here. When the player can do a single mission solo that rewards 50K.
That was just the other things. So he mentioned a company. The company's name is Game Horizon. This caused a lot of people to be like, what the fuck? What do you mean Game Horizon? Who is this? You can't just like drop this on us, which is true. Like we were like, this is the first time I'd ever heard anything like this. And I think it was the first time that many people had heard anything directly about Game Horizon working with Quantum. So here's the thing. People heard Game Horizon. It is not Game Horizon. It's Game Horizon. Gamerizon. All one word. So, once Jake Bradley confirmed that was the name of the company, because we asked Jake because we were confused as heck about that whole thing. Jake said, all right, it's Game Horizon. So we looked it up. So if you go to gamehorizon.com, yeah, just like Del typed in the chat down there, this is what you get. So it's a company. They're based out of, you can get more about us. They're a studio on independent game development located in Montreal, Canada. It specializes in crafting mobile and VR gaming applications with unique user interface mechanics that allow for intuitive yet immersive gaming. Game Horizon was ranked the world's 32nd best mobile developer in 2011 by PocketGamer.biz. Game Horizon's mobile games on iOS have been downloaded over 20 million times and have reached the top 5 most downloaded app positions in numerous instances in countries around the world. All right, that's just them. They have VR, True Blades, PC game Quants, and mobile games. They have a bunch. They're the Chop Chop. They do the Chop Chop games for mobile. So, why is this important? Well, because if you look over here under their projects, you see Star Map. Look familiar? This was the company that developed the 3D assets for the Star Map, the award-winning Star Map. So, if you notice, and let me pull this up again. Basically, before I went off to buy that truck, I literally went through and tried to find all of this stuff out because I knew people were going to lose their mind. Images. I'm just going to pull this up. So now, if you recognize this, which is in the thumbnail, it's bad. Yeah. Here we go. This is the thumbnail of the video right now. So you've seen this before. This is Hex, Quanta, the thing that controls quantum. If you notice, it's using the Arc Star Map interface. Quantum has been built using the interface, the 3D assets from the Arc Star Map. Since we know that Game Horizon built the Star Map, the 3D assets for the Star Map, and they were from Montreal, and that Star Map was they were worked with Turbulent to make this. Game Horizon, it's not too difficult to devise, has been behind Quantum this entire time. So Game Horizon is not a new company that's working on Quantum. Game Horizon has been the people building Quantum since the beginning. So, no, they're not a new company. Likely have never been a new company since 2014, when they started working with CIG and the Star Map. And because they obviously had worked close to Turbulent, because they're both from Montreal, then they have a good relationship with Turbulent and CIG. They've always been Tony Z's minions. So when you think of people who are working on Quantum, that's Game Horizon. Now, that is not confirmed. They could just be the people who build the tools to allow Quantum to be functional, like the 3D assets. But the fact that Quantum is powered by the back-end systems, which are the same systems that are being used for the website and Spectrum, and will eventually be adapted into the game itself, and are adapted into the game themselves. Actually, they all use the same websites. Tells me that they have likely been behind. They have been the people building all of this in the first place. They just haven't really talked about it because there's no real point. I don't know if the music is too loud or not, but turn it down a little bit. Exactly. That's probably the case, Darsh. It's probably the case. But the fact that that Todd specifically mentioned that during the ISC that that's between That's between Game Horizon and the people at Game Horizon and Tony not doing the same thing. Tells me that they also are building Quantum. Because that was a quote directly from Tony's mouth. In fact, let me pull it up once more. And turn up the volume again. So you all have no illusions as to what this says.
Will there be any additional Quanta instances for more commodities in 3.17.2?
Not right now. I mean, the main goal for us was just to kind of test that out when we initially released it, but basically the Game Horizon and Tony have been focusing on other things.
Okay.
Notice how he said that. This wasn't Turbulent and Tony and Game Horizon. He mentioned Game Horizon and Tony specifically. Because of that, it's hard to think that it's just Turbulent. Bringley, no, there is no estimate in place for game release. Star Citizen will never have an estimate for release, probably ever. Star Citizen's most likely going to reach a point where it's beta, and then at some point during beta, they'll say it's released. And that could be, a year from now, 2 years from now, 10 years from now. There's no telling. So, all right. And that squeal happened right as the doors open. Hospital at Grimhex. All right. The star map isn't the in-game map. Isn't the in-game map. No, the star map is the Arc star map, which is, let me see if I can pull it up here so y'all can see what I'm talking about. This. It's really bad because of hardware acceleration on my end. Yeah. This is the Arc star map. Where are you, Stanton? There's Stanton. Where's the Pyro jump point? There it is. Yeah, according to this, Pyro jump point is around the Arc Corp location, but that's also old. But this whole thing. Do a jump point? Nah, it looks fine on that. Yeah, that's a pretty awesome map. It actually won an award It won a web award for design. So it makes sense that if you have an award-winning map, fucking use it. Which is one of the things that we've been complaining about here at the AstroPub for, like, not just me, but the chat has been complaining about, because whenever I bring it up or show it, people are like, why isn't this what we have in game? The fuck, CIG? Literally the fuck. Yeah, if you double click on the jump one, you go through it and it goes all the way. It's cool. I'll let you do it on your own. Explore it. It's a fun thing to do. This CryEngine isn't made to run on HTML5. I know. But like, you can still borrow aspects of it. Like if you just took that design and made it in building blocks, like, I mean, it makes sense to put it online outside of the game because it gives you a good asset to kind of look through to give you context for the universe, because it gives you concepts of a lot of different aspects to it. They've said that the new map that they're working on does take inspiration from New York Star map, so let's hope. Yeah. What did they say about ship-to-ship spawn? I did not watch all of ISC because I had to go before that. Like, I saw up to that 20-minute mark, and I deep dive researched that, so. So, Paul, thoughts on the news that CIG is having a separate company work on quantum system, a huge part of the future of Star Citizen? Were you here when I was explaining that? Because, as I just said, they're not really a separate company. They're a close working relationship with Turbulent. And Turbulent is, let me put it this way. Turbulent is building the PU. Now, they're not exclusively building PU, but CIG is developing the game and the tools to give to Turbulent to make the content. There are still content teams all over the globe for CIG, but the long-term goal is for Turbulent to be the people who are making all of the systems, while CIG is making events and other things like that. So, yeah, they're a long-term partner, and it's important to remember. AstroPub releasing Wave 2 fixed my issues on my issues council problem, which is good, but it means the permissions on IC are broken, which is bad. Yeah, no, it's terrible. Someone needs to go through and work on the fucking issue council, because they're discouraging people from posting, is what they're doing. By doing things like marking bugs as known bugs while not fixing the bugs or not addressing the bugs. Am I still excited about the future of Star Citizen? Yeah. Am I like bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and just can't wait for the game? No. I can wait. I've been waiting. I'll wait even longer. Doesn't mean I don't like the game. Doesn't mean I don't play the game. I play the game all the time. It's not something I'm going to get super duper hyped about every patch. If there's new features that are good, I like to hype about them. Like the fucking archetypes? God, what are they called? Artifacts. The artifacts, which you can find in-game, which is cool as fuck. Once they start adding mission givers, spawnable missions, like spawnable events, dynamic missions, make the reputation matter more, mwah, that's my shit. That is my bread and butter. Maybe 4.0, maybe. Oh, they have a different business model. It's weird to have it's weird to have all this Turbulent Studio and Game Horizon Studio name. So not really. it's pretty commonplace for companies to outsource ports of their games to other companies. What's the name of it? There's a company made up of former Bungie employees, which basically made most of the Halo 2 maps for multiplayer. And a lot of the Halo 2 expansions. And they also worked on ODST, and they made the firefight mode. They've also worked on the recent Halo games as well, and Destiny. There's plenty of companies that they're called support studios is the term that they use in the industry. Support studios are studios that either focus on one aspect, like building tools, building maps, building multiplayer add-ons. They're pretty common in the game industry. The thing that's uncommon is that CIG has an absolute garbage record with support studios. Not because CIG can't work with support studios. It's just that CIG in the past and recently seems to have had a very, very small budget for support studios. And as a result, support studios with small budgets are going to give you support studios with small budget effort. And that doesn't really fly with Chris. And so that's why you have things like Ilphonic and CIG not getting along, Behavior and CIG not getting along, CGBot and CIG not getting along. I don't think CIG has completely destroyed all of the reputation with those companies, but they won't work together anymore. They just are looking for different things. Then you also have companies like, what was it? The one that was building Theaters of War. I can't remember that company, but they got bought out by Sony. So that company being bought out by Sony was purchased because, they were a company that works with Sony pretty closely. Firesprite, thank you. Well, I don't think Behavior sucked ass either. I don't think CGBot sucked ass. It's just CGBot and these companies don't suck ass. They do pretty good. Behavior does Dead by Daylight. And Ilphonic does a bunch of other cool games. It's just when you hire a studio to work on something that's not their game, they're not going to give it as much of shit. Ilphonic was hired to make Star Marine. They made Star Marine. But with the budget and limitations they had, and then it didn't work, they had to completely remake aspects because they fucked up on some communication issues, and then shit just fell apart. Same thing with Behavior. Behavior worked on the landing zones for Star Citizen, like the first version of ArcCorp and Levski, I believe, were made by Behavior, but their speed and their quality and all those things didn't really match up. And they were hired before the change that CIG had made from going from what they were planning on doing to what they have now. So there's definitely some context there. But CIG does have a very bad track record in terms of these support studios working with them. But the reason why Game Horizon doesn't seem to be the same case is because CIG has had a close working relationship with them since 2014. That's turbulent levels of support. And if you've been following the game as close as I have, you know that Turbulent Montreal, the Montreal studio, which is owned by Turbulent, that works for CIG, which is a support studio for Star Citizen, built for Star Citizen, is speed running CIG. They are very fast at what they're making. They're very good at what they do. They're all very experienced devs. And Jesus Christ, they're good at what they I don't know what they put in the water in Montreal. So, yes, we'll talk about the Squadron 42 here in a moment. It's an AMA channel. Ask me anything. So it's kind of FAQs and kind of stuff. Poutine. They put poutine in the water. Certain Affinity. Thank you, Jacob McQuaid. Yeah, Certain Affinity. That's what I was thinking about. Certain Affinity. Certain Affinity is a great example of a support studio, because if you like Halo, you know about Certain Affinity. They've been around for a long time, and they've been working on Halo games since the beginning. They work on other games too, but they're a support studio. They mostly do support games. They don't really make a lot of games themselves, but they do work with other companies. Yeah, that's a great. The Snake Pit is an example. Is that Montreal made the Snake Pit on their own time for fun for the game, which is the new racetrack that they added. I know who GDEXG is. Why don't they mention anything the good measures have done? Because they're terrible, terrible dictators who killed lots of people. So any of the good that they did was erased by the fact that they like sent 9-year-olds to work 72-hour shifts and shot them in the back of the head if they complained. Mezzers were bad people. It seems like Montreal needs all of the monies. They do. They're pretty good. So when people say the Montreal studio, is that a CIG or a support studio? Montreal is a support studio. They're owned and operated by Turbulent, but they were formed by Turbulent specifically to work with CIG. So CIG pays Turbulent to do those things, but Turbulent and CIG might as well be the same company now. They're not really, but they own each other. Turbulent owns sections of CIG, Cloud Imperium, and Cloud Imperium Games owns shares of Turbulent. They did a ownership swap, you know. So they're very closely tied together. For all intents and purposes, they're the same company. Not in terms of like the actual financials, but they have been working so closely together that they pretty much are CIG by now. Builds character, right? Shooting kids in the back of the head. Yeah. Oh no, Amos, we actually do get to see a lot of work. All of the platforms and the entire event of what is it called? The Siege of Orson was made by the EU team. Refueling, salvage, engineering, all of those are being made by the EUPU team as well. Or the Sandbox team, I can't remember. The trade stuff, all of the cargo refactor is being done by the US PU team. So there's really more people like that. I think I bought an Origin 300i or something years ago. Is that good enough to jump into this game, in your opinion? Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, that's great. You're ahead of the pack compared to most people. The 300i is like it's on par with the Avenger, which is about fine. Yeah, you do fine with it. It's actually more fun to fly than the Avenger. But yeah, it's also free fly right now. It's free fly until, well, tomorrow, I think. Or no, it's until next week. So you can actually play the game for free right now. If you already have a copy, yeah, go try it out. It's not a bad time to try it out. There's definitely bugs. It's definitely alpha. It's got problems, but you know, it's no worse than any early access game you've ever played. The 18th, yeah. You will 100% die your first time going onto a planet by falling through the fucking planet. Your ship will explode randomly. You'll hit invisible asteroids. You'll die because you got bled out and you can't heal because you either don't remember the heal button or the thing is busted and it doesn't work. So it'll happen. It'll happen more often than you realize. But when you play the game as much as I do, it kind of becomes background noise. You just kind of learn how to adapt to it and what you need to do and what you don't need to do. Effectively, if you play this game like you would play any other game, play this game as if it's intended to be played, so like cautiously, carefully, take your time, then most of those bugs don't tend to happen. Do people use CryEngine to data mine Star Citizen even though they have a custom version of StarEngine? Yes, all the time. Someone else asked earlier about how difficult it is do they have to make StarEngine. StarEngine is just CryEngine. They're the same engines. StarEngine is just a modified version of the Lumberyard engine, which is just itself a modified version of the CryEngine. Which is the reason why when CIG switched from CryEngine to Lumberyard, it was like a week's worth of work. because there's not much difference between Lumberyard and CryEngine. Yeah, people have been mining data files from CIG's CIG's engines for a while. There's certain things you can't unpack because CIG has some very specific tools for it, but you can get a lot of the files, like pretty much everything that CIG adds. Then there are people who've been doing this for years, so they actually have they can download a new patch. They can take they have the ability to check all of the new files that have been added to that patch and then go through them. That's how we ended up with like lots and lots of leaks for this game. It's also how the leaks, or I guess the pipeline group, the people who used to be starcitizen leaks, that's how they get a lot of their information, is they're able to take a PTU patch, which often has a bunch of stuff left over by accident, and pull those out and be able to know things like new ships, new locations, new events, new characters, new weapons, all that stuff, because they're able to just check that. Sorry, Papa Hefe. Yeah, we have so many things from the Lando leak. So many things from the Lando leak. And it's not Lando's fault. It was CIG's fault for not having proper data security. They didn't even put a password for their personal files. Well, there will always be leaks. CIG will accidentally leak things, or people will find ways of leaking things. I can tell you this. Hey, AJ, it's been a rough week. I had my truck finally, it didn't die, but it finally reached the point where my truck was no longer able to function the way it's supposed to. And so I had to turn it in for a new car, but that was a painstaking process. So what a year this week has been. Yeah. Yeah, someone will always find ways. Now, I will say, Squadron 42 has been leaked on the internet for years. It isn't very difficult to find the entire story, mission breakdowns, audio files. You can figure out the entire scope of Squadron 42 if you really want to. The reality is that anyone who's went through and actually found these things hasn't said shit. The reason why they haven't said shit is because they also know that most of those people who have the talent and time know that it's just not worth it. Because A, things change from when they are originally leaked to where they are now. And B, it's kind of a shitty thing to do. I feel it, man. Your podcast has been helping with work. That's good. Yeah, the podcast is going to slow down a little bit in terms of its cadence, because now we're going to go back to podcast Saturday, and then we got Podsat, or our podcast Saturdays, which is starts with Soul Voices from Soul Citizens, moves on to the Captain's Table, from Captain's Table to the Relay Station, which is done by Relay_SC. Exclamation point Podsat in chat. We call it the Podsat because it's, the podcast Saturdays. Star Citizen. So if you're looking for more content, do that. The Pathfinders podcast is another very long one, which is good. It's run by Naz, who's been on the Captain's Table, and Tree. So. Don't ruin the game for yourself. I've already done so by accident. So I can tell you, I know the entire story. I don't know it word for word. I know the big beats and the blow by blow of what happens in Squadron. I know the mission breakdowns. I know the big turning points and all that kind of stuff. I'm not going to say shit because it doesn't make any sense to spoil it. I will say that based off of what I've seen, it's don't go in expecting Last of Us. Go in and expecting a solid action movie, an action adventure movie. That's it. And we actually learned a little bit about the direction that Squadron was going and the planning behind Squadron, because I sat down with Dave Haddock. Myself, Jail, and Algrid sat down with Dave Haddock, narrative director of Cloud Imperium Games. Boom, right there. Someone in the comments, please remind me that I said this at whatever time stamp it is. I'll go put it up there. There's a link right there for those of you watching after the fact of me interviewing Dave Haddock, me, Jail, and Al, interviewing Dave Haddock and asking him questions about the lore, his process, and we've learned a couple of things. We learned about the kind of scope and goal behind the narrative of Squadron 42. We learned a little bit more about players, their kind of approach to players and their interactions with the universe. We learned a little bit more about Chris Roberts' idea behind the persistent universe in terms of how players will affect the story of the game. The overall framework, the narrative framework of the game, like those sorts of things. We learned a lot of big stuff about that. So go watch it now. Paul will wait. Yes. Thank you, Darsh. It's an hour long. Even though you know it, are you still excited to play it? Yes. That's the other thing I'll say. Even though I know the story, I'm still excited to play it. There are sections of the game which I've heard, which make me sit there and go, this sounds exhausting. I'm here for it. There are sections of the game that you sit there and go, oh, Chris played Dark Souls. Just imagine Chris Roberts playing Dark Souls, and that's what Squadron 42 is going to feel like. It's not what it's going to be like, it's what it's going to feel like. What will the network requirements what will be the network requirements for server meshing? In terms of players, almost nothing. It barely uses any kilobytes up. The network requirements won't change. The issue with server meshing is more about how the server, kind of the architecture of the universe changes. Are we going to kindle the ASOP terminals? Yes. How hard was it for you to ask about the Xi'an sending Vanduul against the UEE theory being possible? I completely forgot about it, honestly. I forgot about that theory. It turned out that a lot of the questions that we all put together, I'm going to go a little bit behind the process, because a lot of people wanted us to ask, questions and that kind of stuff. And the answer is we really couldn't ask questions in the sense that, like, I had to... Al, Jail, Grinning Crow, and Space Tomato all put up a bunch of questions that we wanted to ask. And we went through, we took those questions and we send them off to be filtered by CIG, just to make sure that they were good with it. We all came to the conclusion that we're not going to ask any questions that there's not already lore or information out there that couldn't be found, because we didn't want to put them into a bind. And so they looked at the questions. It was pretty easy. They just said, that sounds good, and sent it back to us. So we pulled out those questions and asked them and kind of went with the flow. Dave Haddock likes to talk. he likes to talk. He is like, towards the end of that thing, I'm like, Dave Haddock is just one of us. He's just like me, Jail, or Al. We'll just talk about shit we like. So you got to get the questions vetted. And I mean, we did some variations, but when I actually looked at the questions, we all asked like 7 or 8 of the exact same questions. So the questions that were asked by us during that interview were entirely like, that was the equivalent. We all had different variations. Like I asked the question about what's the process upon which like you create or I asked, is there a lore Bible? Is there like a big stack of information that they've done that we have yet to see? And somebody else asked, what's the character creation process? Do you have like fully fleshed out characters hiding somewhere, or just do you make what you can do and get by? And I was like, those are the same questions, because I'm asking the same thing. Is there a bunch of lore somewhere that we don't see? And they're just asking that, but about characters, and that's kind of thing. So like we kind of combined a bunch of these questions together to put them out there. I was wondering if we'll need gigabyte or advanced networking features in order to support thousands of players and more systems, or it's all server-side. It's all server-side. Star Citizen is going to be almost entirely server-side when it comes to its network requirements. The thing you will need is a decent internet connection. If you have a current internet connection that works with Star Citizen, then you should be fine. I remember you said that you're a teacher. Do you know if any of your former students, watch or listen to your content? Not really. Hey, Stingfigure, I was just talking about the Lore Citizen podcast that we did on the Astro Historian channel, which we talked with Dave Haddock, the narrative director at CIG. That was released on Tuesday. Go watch it if you haven't to. But yeah, so when I first started teaching in Texas, I told my kids that I streamed. I didn't tell them what I did, like where I was, but the kids eventually found out. So I don't know if they still actively watch me. They probably don't from those early days. And I do know that my seniors this year asked, and I gave them my name when they graduated. And I know a couple of them have stopped by every so often. Do they continue to watch? Probably not. My kids, generally speaking, this isn't their bag, the game and me doing this sort of thing, because, yeah, it's just not their bag. Oh, are my alerts on? Not my, all of my alerts. Not like the one thing, those sound notes are, but that's it. And I still have to update a bunch of my backend stuff, which I haven't done yet because I'm lazy and just forget about it. So thank you, Nuglas, who gave $10 on PayPal. Says, really dig your content. Since I know you like the Caterpillar, do you know when we should see the module start to work on it? If not, that's cool. I just can't wait. After the Reclaimer, after the Redeemer. Oh gosh, damn it. After the Retaliator, the other R1. Not the Reclaimer, not the Redeemer, the Retaliator. After the Retaliator has been finished. Now, it's important to remember that CIG tends to put things on hold. For instance, Quantum was added to the game as an experiment. And we know that Quantum isn't coming, there isn't more expansions coming in 3.17.2 for Quantum. Likely not even 3.18. There may be some expansions for Quantum in 3.19 or 4.0, if there's a 3.19. Just because that's when they have time to work on it. That's the same thing that happens. CIG will do something like, say, the 300i customizer. That does not exist anywhere else but the 300i, but it was designed as a prototype for the future. Or those naming things, where they only did names for a certain number of ships and they just didn't do it again. Those are the sort of things that they come back to and eventually will work on. And they've done that several times in the past, because once they get back to it, then they can fix it and all those other things. So. Well, I missed nothing when I watched. Then I watched it. It was so Outsourcing Quantum, huh? What's that all about? That's okay. You did miss that. Effectively, don't worry about the Outsourcing Quantum. In the ISC, there was a mention of a team that's working with Tony That was the first time we ever heard the name, which was called Gamerizon. Turns out Gamerizon is a company, a gaming company that makes mostly mobile games, but also does support for other projects. And they're the team that made the Arc star map, which is the star map on the website. The award-winning Arc star map, I might add. So it's likely that this company, which was just blurted out by accident by Todd, on ISC, saying that Tony is working with them, is more of a, just they've been working with CIG for a long time, and they just never talked about it. And we know that they have, because since like 2020, we've seen images of the back end of Quantum, and it uses the Arc star map assets. So it's like, yeah, no wonder they use the Arc star map assets, because the company that's making Quantum made the fucking Arc star map. So they're just going to reuse these systems that they already had in place. So that's basically what you missed. Thank you, Daniel. You can watch this after the fact. It'll be up here on YouTube for a while. That's the other big news I forgot to mention. We have our new YouTube channel, which this is being broadcasted to and will be on afterwards. YouTube.com/TheAstroPubLive, or just TheAstroPub on Twitch, or on YouTube and Twitch. We have reached over 1,000 subscribers. We're at 1,300 subscribers and growing. And we have reached over 5,000 watch time hours. So I have applied for YouTube partnership, which means monetization, which is good because money, but it's also good because it means that it'll be added to the algorithm a lot easier, because YouTube likes to, will be more likely to promote a monetized video than a non-monetized one. So it means that growth is coming. We've been doing pretty good. Like almost all the videos that I've been putting up on the new channel have been hitting about 1,000 views, which is fucking insane compared to what we've had in the past, where I was in the past with these sorts of videos. I mean, it's not as good as we were doing like 2,000 to 3,000 views on Captain's Tables, but that's not bad. Paul loves the Redeemer. He even made fan canon for it. True story. I don't like the Redeemer. I made fan canon because it was a challenge. Star Citizen is a game for an older generation in general. Tried to get my nephew to play. He didn't last long. I think that has a lot to do with, less to do with age and more to do with temperament. There are definitely some kids who will play Star Citizen and enjoy it. And there are definitely people who were playing Star Citizen when they were teenagers and are now in their 20s. Who enjoyed Star Citizen, who enjoy Star Citizen. Many of them are the top streamers on Twitch right now for Star Citizen. I'm old, so are you. Welcome to the old club. But that all being said, when Star Citizen becomes more finished, it will definitely appeal to a lot more ages, not just older generations. People play Tarkov, right? Tarkov is a game that even younger generations play. Star Citizen is, people call Star Citizen Starkov for a reason. Dark Souls is a game that lots of younger generation plays. It is one of the major inspirations for Star Citizen in terms of difficulty and planning and those sorts of things. So, yeah, Axis, I wouldn't try to get friends or family to play it right now. It's just not in a good state. What I would say, if you really want people to play it, is just say, hey, it's free to play. Check it out. It's buggy, but we'll see some changes. I think it's a little over exaggeration to say that, like, if it isn't a battle royale, they won't play it. Kids are broke in general. They don't have a ton of money. So a kid's idea of a video game is going to be a console or a phone game, because that's what they can afford. Maybe if they have a computer, but even then they're going to have computers which are more basic for like other functions. So who you calling old? Oh, thank you, Trouble Magnet, for that 67 months. Hey, Bacon Wrangler, how you doing? Hello, goodbye. Thank you for coming today. I thought I saw the name. I'm like, why? Wait, Bacon Wrangler isn't following? Star Citizen also doesn't work well for short game sessions, which I think is more of a kid's attention span. Not even that. Star Citizen doesn't work for short time. I don't think kids necessarily have shorter attention spans. They have a shorter. How to put this? To grab their attention, it will be a shorter amount of time to grab their attention. Once you have their attention, you can have it for long periods of time. It's just that kids, generally speaking, are going to give up if you don't get their attention within a few minutes or even 20 seconds, which isn't really an issue overall, because that's also, generally speaking, what most adults are these days too. We've been desensitized, but we also have so much access to information that... did I see your question? No, I may have been ranting and didn't go by it. I don't see it at all, Jordan. When did you ask it? Oh, okay, it was way up there. Let me finish up this thought, but just in general, because we have more access to information, we're much more prudent about our time. We don't want to watch something that's going to end up being boring. So if we're watching something and we give it like 30 seconds and it's like, wow, this guy sounds high, and you're just not into that, move along, you know? Whereas before, if you got like a book, if this is 1850 and you got a book, you're going to fucking read that book. It doesn't matter if it's fucking boring or not. It's fucking entertainment. You better fucking read that shit, because it probably costs a month's salary. Whereas now I can pull up my phone and pull up the entire history of humanity and just choose whatever the fuck I want to. So it's less of a, I think it's less of a children's thing and much more of a, just society as a whole are much more picky about what we watch. So you have to be very, very clear in terms of how you can get attention. All right. Do you think they'll add mini-maps in-game? Honestly, I hope they don't. I've played GTA 5 and other games with mini-maps, and I find them staring at them 80% of the time. I don't think CIG will add mini-maps. I would like to see CIG add an optional map attachment. Let me explain. CIG has been going for augmented reality in Star Citizen, so you're going to be able to walk around and see highlights and other things like that. They already have that with the ships, and you can actually turn it off. So right now when you walk up to your ship, if you don't have its default on, you'll see where the buttons are to lower down ramps or to open up doors. So you know where the access points are. That is augmented reality in-game. I think in the future, you'll be able to set waypoints with a map on Mobiglass, and you will see a augmented reality kind of direction on your character or in front of you. So you'll be able to follow the path where you're going. Do I think that's going to work for everywhere you can go? No, I think it's going to only work in certain areas and certain conditions to make it easier to navigate like maps and stuff like that, or like cities and stuff like that. But no, CIG is not going to add a mini map. They will add a HUD indicator with like a motion tracker kind of thing, but that's only if you have the motion tracker and only if you use the ping and that kind of stuff like that. Where can I find more information on the UEE Marines and Special Operations Forces? I've read Spectrum Comlink articles and interested in learning more. There's an article on the, they're called the Phantoms. Look up CIG or Star Citizen UEE Marine Phantoms. It'll pull up the it's like first platoon, I think. There's an entire article on them there. There's also an article on Jump Point, which I don't know if it's down out there. It's called Always Forward, A Marine's Tale, which talks about the history of the UEE Marines. And then there's other references to Marines that are sprinkled throughout the lore. But those are the two big ones. Make sure you read those two ones, the big ones, for the Special Operations Forces. And Marines in the Star Citizen universe are a little bit of both. They're mostly a Special Operations Force, but they're also like a shock troop force. You can think of them as like Special Operations Command. They're like the SEALs, the Marine Recon, the SAS, the Delta Force, the Rangers, the Green Berets. They're all of these different, the French Frogmen, the Spetsnaz, all of any kind of special operations forces you can imagine that exist today, all rolled into one big group. Which means they can and do boots on the ground traditional warfare, but they specialize and excel at more special operations forces. Yeah, the Phantoms is a good one. Better get Aladdin on SNES if you want to. You better finish that game. Okay. There's so much other options for our attention, so its demand to get viewers, etc., is greater. Yeah. What's your guess at when we see an alien in game after Squadron 42? Which we'll talk about here in a moment, because there's actually some big stuff for that. My nose is all stuffy for some reason. Allergies. Austin. Jaded Cynic. Back when I was a kid, I had 2 TV channels, air broadcast, and it was a big thing. We got cable because it filled the VHF dial with 11. Yeah. What if CIG added the Dead Space style augment reality GPS? They might have something like that, but I think it's going to be limited if they do. Even if they don't give us a mini-map, at least give us a compass and an FPS for FPS in cars. I think that's the plan in the long term. Is more, they want to give us more tools to be able to navigate. They are going back and fixing a lot of the signage as well, because the signage sucks. Turn on the volume a little bit. I'm sure someone's going to complain in the comments, Paul, your volume's too loud. Yeah, well, I got you. I turned it down. The problem I've been having is that I've had it so low, you don't even tell it's background music. I hope there's not too much hand-holding. I don't think there will be. I think, in general, the plan that CIG wants to have, and here's the big thing that it's important to remember. Star Citizen is a complicated game. It will never not be a complicated game. You want to give people who are starting to learn the game a way to learn the game. For instance, and I like to think of this in kind of compared to real life. If you were looking for, like, I play a lot of tabletop RPGs and tabletop war games. And many more. That's just the best one that'll show up on screen. I play a lot of those types of games. And D&D and that kind of thing. So, when you play those sorts of games, you often have to go to a local club or a friendly local games store or someplace to play them, right? To go somewhere. The first time, maybe the second time, maybe the third time you go there, you need to have the directions on your app, like a Google Maps sort of thing, right? If you have those up, it becomes easier for you to navigate where you need to go. But after like the third or fourth time, you know the area, you know the route, because you've done it so often, you've memorized the route. Some people do it, take a little bit longer, some people take a little bit less time. But generally speaking, you get the route down because you've driven it so many times. First time you go to work is you're a new job, you're going to need directions. But the 17th time, the 100th time, the 1000th time you take that route, you've memorized it. Even the back roads, they can go in and out if traffic is bad. Why? Because you've done it so often. CIG needs to do the same thing. For new players, or if you're new to an area, you need to have some assistance to be able to figure out where the fuck you're going and where you are. But once you have that down, that's fine. But CIG is also not going to give you a handhold in the middle of Pyro. You fuck up and find yourself in the middle of Pyro, then you fucked up. You fucked up, son. No. so there definitely needs to be some level of taking someone's hand and walking them through the early stages. But then there also needs a part where the training wheels come off. Here's a gun. Don't ask questions. We're fighting a war now. So, all right. Question: do you think personal radar will be affected by environmental conditions and suit damage? Yes. When CIG showed off the Aegis HUD design, they snuck in the FPS HUD concept too. Probably both taken from a Squadron 42 asset. Yeah, probably. That's a good pull up that. Yeah, this is the big one that people lost their mind about. Boop. Minimap. It's important to remember, though, that that map is likely also going to be based off of radar and ping. Any idea of the hidden content they've talked about that in that live ISC? No, but yes. Like the artifacts. Hidden content we don't know about. New missions, new locations. There's the Black Kite missions, which they really haven't talked about. Other people know about them because they know about the Reclaimer missions, but there's a bunch of stuff like that. Star Citizen is a game for grognards, to a degree. I'm glad they made it easier to... I'm used to reading directions from weathered parchment paper where the destinations and the treasure are marked with an X. It denotes travel times and relative distance. It's not meant to be representation of real world. Yeah. I think the mentor program is a great idea. I do too. I just think that the mentor program needs to be made into an in-game program with in-game rewards and in-game benefits, like an in-game mission, rather than being what they're doing now. Orville train follows the current train map design. I'm glad they made it easier to know who a cop is in the bunkers. I just wish they had them all have weapon lights on instead of the marker. More realistic and would work just as well. Not really, Finger. We have FIF indicators IRL today, which you can tell the difference between, to tell where friendlies are on a regular basis. Not obviously not on like HUDs in like modern like locations, but there's also a lot more assets that we have in the real world which we don't have in game, like radio communication and constant communication with allies. You just don't have that. So the icons over your friendlies who are on your side is both a realistic addition and a needed addition for the game. Your probationary period is over. Welcome to Big Bad World, pilot. Yeah. How much of Squadron 42 will be brought into the PU? Do we know? All of it. Squadron 42 and the PU are the same game. They were originally going to be the same game. Squadron 42 was just going to be the single-player version of Star Citizen. They split it off when Squadron 42 became 40 to 60 hours long. And that was only part 1 of 3. Because it was much bigger. And they had to split it up. So, you got that going for us, which is nice. But because they're fundamentally the same game, they're built with the same architecture in mind, they're built with the same assets. Anything that goes into Squadron can and will come into the PU. Now, obviously, there are some things that won't happen, like cutscenes are exclusively Squadron thing. Probably triggered events that are only in Squadron. And assets like ships or individual characters, which are only going to be in Squadron. For obvious reasons. And in-game scheduling / meetups, yeah. What ships are recommended to explore Pyro? Freelancer, Dur, and the Constellation Andromeda. Oh, and maybe the Constellation Phoenix. Do not use a Cutlass. Do not use maybe a Mercury Starliner. Don't use any light ships. Almost no single-seater fighter is going to travel the entire distance of Pyro. If you can take a ship and jump it from one side of Stanton to the other and do it again. Basically jump back and forth from extreme ends of Stanton 3 times and still have fuel. Then you have a ship that can travel the entire length of Pyro. If it can't do that, then it cannot travel through Pyro. It can travel through small sections of Pyro, but not through all of it. The Aquila comes with the Ursa and a snub. Yes, but it's also a exploration variant, so I think it has more quantum fuel. The 400i is not a bad idea either. So we want them to finish Squadron 42 ASAP so we can get those sweet systems. Yes, but also just because it's Squadron 42 isn't out yet doesn't mean that assets and elements of Squadron 42 can't be put into Star Citizen. That's the whole concept right now, is like they're building the new star map is being built for Squadron. Once it's finished in Squadron, it can be ported into Star Citizen. They're not exactly the same. There needs to be some slight differences here and there, but the architecture underneath it is effectively the same. They just need to integrate it into the Star Citizen code and match it with everything they need to match. But it's the same game, so it's a lot easier than you think. But yes, generally speaking, getting Squadron 42 done will add a lot more assets to Star Citizen, including Vanduul ships, larger capital ships, and more systems. At least one system that we know of, Odin. Oh, man. There was a talk about after you complete Squadron 42, you'd unlock some kind of badge and flare to denote that you're a UEE Navy veteran in the PU, or if you wanted to. Yes, there definitely will be some reputation bonuses for them, and likely a uniform or something like that. Follow-up. Could we see this in-game? Maybe early stages of New Babbage being built, or beginnings of Terra being through a telescope. What do you mean by that, Jordan? A question. Theory due to light speed in Star Citizen universe, can you see other inhabited systems as they were years ago through a telescope? I wonder if they use that to teach history in school. In theory, you could, if you knew the location of the system in your powerful enough telescope. And though Star Citizen's technology is very advanced, they're always going to be limited by the speed of light. I think your understanding of the speed of light is misguided. I mean, in theory, he's not too wrong. You would just need to be in a location that is far enough away from the system and know the distances when the light travels to know when you can be there. So like a system that is 100 light years away from Stanton, you could, in theory, go to that system, look through a telescope at Stanton and see what Stanton looked like 100 years ago. Because that light would then just be hitting that planet. But yeah, quantum is roughly 10% of the speed of light, 20%. Though in game, it's actually closer to the speed of light, but that's different. That's how lore and gameplay are a little bit different. By the way, one of the modules in the Endeavor is a telescope with a dish 3 times the diameter of the James Webb Space Telescope. True, but the James Webb Space Telescope is also this bigger size doesn't necessarily mean higher resolution. How many ships can go through a jump gate at once? That's the question. We don't really know. Now, based off of my own sleuthing, I'm assuming that the size of a jump gate is actually proportional to the number of ships that can traverse that jump point at the same time. So, for instance, this is a theory. It probably is going to be wrong as things change because the whole concept was different, and things change over time. Nature of game development, things are changing all the time depending on what's available and what works and what you can do and what you can't do. Man, I am very sniffly today. I don't know why. I feel fine. It's just my nose is just all stuffed up. In theory, my theory at least, a large jump point means that you could have 2 large ships traveling through the jump point on either, going through the jump point in two different directions, side by side. So a large ship being like a MSR, or something bigger like a Bengal. Now, based off of the relative size we've seen, and based off of concept images, and of course, concept images are not canon. They are just explorations. They don't necessarily mean this. But based off of those concept images, what we can gather is that generally speaking, CIG is hoping for large jump points to be able to carry entire fleets. Bengals and all their support craft, which would make sense. Large jump points are effectively superhighways or train, like major train rails. Because the systems that have large jump points connected to them are much more developed. And so it seems like, at least in the design and the lore, large jump points are designed as these big thoroughfares you can put shit tons of traffic through and get out the other side. And then as things get smaller, things become easier to, it becomes more difficult to travel, which means that you have to have smaller and smaller ships to travel through them. For instance, we know now that Pyro and Stanton, the jump point between Pyro and Stanton, is a medium jump point. And if it's canon that Xenothreat is moving ships through that jump point, moving their Idrises through that jump point, it means that a medium jump point could at least house one Idris going through it. Yeah, canals is a great analogy for them. Jump points are canals. That's what they are. Big canals can support lots of shipping in and out both directions all the time. I wonder if they changed the navigating wormhole system in Star Citizen. They probably have changed it a little, but likely not drastically, because they probably haven't even really gone through it yet. It'd be nice if they added more barely developed systems into the game. I mean, that's the plan. There are a ton of barely developed systems. Most of the systems are barely developed. It's just a handful are super developed, and one of those is Stanton. Pyro is barely developed. Nyx is barely developed. Castra is barely developed. Odin is barely developed. Those are all systems we know that are in some way or form being worked on by CIG. In fact, Magnus is only slightly industrialized. It only has one landing zone. The vast majority, Towhill is another one that's connected to Nyx and to which is barely developed. Virgil is a fucking trash fire because the Vandul took it over, and that's connected to Pyro. You'd go through a jump point and you'd look back at the system you were in. It should be mapped already. Yeah. I wish there was more push to teach new players and old the issue council. I have issues with the issue council, ironically. Will I accept a lore job with CIG if they offered me one? But they aren't going to offer me one. It would be nice if they added more barely developed systems. Okay, I saw that. Question, do you think there will be large ships, let's say capital class, that can fold/transform or be taken apart and then assembled on the other side so they can go through small jump points? Probably not. We do know that's what you just described is kind of how space stations are built, but it's more in line with how planets are terraformed. You have to kind of assemble terraformers in around the planet, but they're too big to go through most wormholes. You have to kind of like pull them apart, travel them piece by piece through a jump point, and then reassemble them. But I don't think you'll see anything for like ships. That's just too complicated for ship design. Jump points are wormholes, so plausible that each direction is a different path and don't interact. That's true. We also know that they branch. So all jump points actually have branching features. You can think of a jump point as a canal connected to a delta. Once you get in through the mouth of the jump point, there are many different tributaries which will move off of that main route. Right now, we don't know where they go. I think the goal, at least what I'd like to see them go, is that each of them will jump you out at the same location you're going to go, but just in a different location. And they're not as mappable. Blasted significant other keeping me from my Astropub. This is okay, phased. There's nothing wrong with spending time with your significant other. I need to do more of that. It's also possible that jump points don't travel only through space. That's true. As far as we've heard, though, they don't do time travel. It's just space travel. But in theory, they could be dropping off at a different time, too. Because that's how wormholes work. Oh, the joy of being able to load up a Kraken and your ore going through a jump point. Bliss. Yeah. Yeah, see, the OG lore was your exit point was somewhere random in general area. Not sure how gates will change that, if at all. My guess is that if you have developed gates, because not every system has a developed gate like Pyro and Stanton, which is, I think, an odd thing, and I think that's going to be changed. Because I'd like to point out that Stanton was discovered well after Pyro fell the fuck apart. Because Pyro fell the fuck apart in like the 27th or 28th centuries. Stanton wasn't discovered until the 29th century. So there's absolutely no reason why there would be a developed jump gate between those two systems. Unless there's some lore as to some mad lad who tried to build a fucking jump gate in like Mad Max, Australia. If you jump through the jump point, but you were destroyed on the other side, you did not have the chance to get to the info back. So in a way, the past is dependent on the future in that case. Well, not with regen, because you're always connected through interspace to your regenerating to the Ibrahim sphere. So you would still go back to the last place you were, which would be at the current time wherever you left. So you'd still be able to go back and tell yourself. It's not weird that it still functions. It's weird that it was built in the first place. But I'm assuming that gates themselves act as like a artificial river. You know, as I don't know what they call them in like someone using the canals, and I like the canal analogy. It's like in like say the Panama Canal has a artificial river that stretches between the two locks and actually has like I think a lake as well to allow for ships to go because that didn't exist before. And as a result, that kind of builds that, is what that gates does. It allows for a thoroughfare that is marked and charted, and you have an idea of where the each end is. But if it's not got a gate, then it's probably much more random and its dispersal point. There is no main entry and exit. You can't have all players ending up in the same place. Fish in a barrel for pirates at the gating, right? Yeah, I 100% agree. That's a bad move. I think what CIG should do is make the gates always end up the same place, but that's a dangerous move in places like Pyro. But all the tributaries that you take will lead you out. The problem is you don't know which way that tributary will lead you. Some of those tributaries could double back and have you end back up in Stanton. But they could also lead you to Pyro, but at a random location. It could drop you off only a couple of kilometers away from the jump point, the jump gate, or it could drop you off on the other side of Pyro. space-time anomalies, baby. It's just weird. And that would work. You could have, I mean, it would require some sort of dice rolling mechanic, or at least being able to chart out where those exits would be, because then players, that would work too, because then players would know where the exits are and entrances, but you wouldn't be able to enter through them, just exits. Yeah, gates can't be required, but I could see them being used to either stabilize the exit location or allow ships without a jump drive to use a jump point. I wouldn't be surprised if they allowed for non-jump capable ships to travel through them. A levee? I guess that's a levee. The lock is one thing, but a levee is an earthenworks that's used to dam up a river. Not what that's called. Guy Pearce? No. Asha New owned Guy Pearce. Okay, you're talking to Darsh. Astropub, do you already talk about the Quanta outsourcing? I did, Drycon, but I'll give you the very, very briefest explanation. It's nothing to be worried about. The company that they mentioned has been working with CIG since 2014, and they've likely been working. They aren't just the outsourcing company that's working on Quanta. They are the ones who built fucking Quantum with Tony Z as the overseer, as their kind of liaison. So it's not just like it's like, oh, they just suddenly started building Quantum with this company. They've been building this company with this company since like at least 2019, if not 2019, 2020. So, but yeah, it's the same. The company that is working on Quantum is the same company that built the Arc star map on the website. They've been working with CIG and Turbulent since 2014. Okay, but if this made up clone mine transfer thing is not involved, there is a conundrum. That is true, but this made up clone mine thing does exist. The hand wavium does exist. With Pyro, will we get to see ecosystems on planets? Sort of. You're not going to see a developed ecosystem on Pyro. The Pyro planets are likely barely terraformed and barely habitable. The highest form of life on most Pyro planets is probably going to be algae. Outside of humanity is probably going to be algae. Like the stuff you needed to barely transform the oxygen, the limited, you create more oxygen sort of thing. Some limited plants. The only exception to that rule is probably going to be the Pyro crab. But yeah, there's a big lake as part of the Panama Canal. Note, not sure how much of the river parts are handmade. Comment. Vili, Amun, and Odin has a landing zone called Riley Station. It's used as a way station for long distance travels. I figured it wouldn't pass along if they haven't changed the rules. That's probably its only landing zone. Odin doesn't have many landing zones at all. It's pretty Wild West out in Odin because of the coil. The coil is definitely researched by people because it's the remnants of a planet, but it's mostly mined, which is why you have the Shubin mining platform there. If Stanton was discovered after Pyro, then what route did freight take between Earth and Terra? Now I guess you're saying major line is Sol, Gavian, Killian, Ellis, Magnus, Stanton, Terra. Yeah, it's a good question. Let me pull up the star map. It's probably nothing too crazy. Let's do a little exploring. I always like doing that. It's loud as fuck, though. Okay, so we're going to go from Sol. Okay, so from Sol, you're going to go way the fuck out because it's out by Neptune. There we go. Davian. Where's the fuck's the Croshaw system? Okay, Davian is the... Well, Croshaw maybe. I don't know if Croshaw... There is a Croshaw point. Major shipping hub. Yeah, TDD Kessler. Is this Kessler? Kenzer. Ah. This won an award, by the way. As I'm fiddling with it. There we go. I'm the Crowshaw. I just wanted to do that so you can see the travel because everyone was complaining about it earlier. Okay, so large jump points. All right, so where is Terra? All right, so Terra has a large jump point to Hadrian, to Castra, to Nyx, to Bremen, to Vega, to Oberon, to Null, to Centauri. That's not fast at all. Okay, Davian, Killian, Ellis, Nexus, Hades, Nemo, Corel. No, where the fuck is... It may have not been a large jump point. Oh, it was, yeah. Oh, no. Tyak, Goss, Osiris. Yeah, that's it. There is not a the route is super long. You have to go from so you have to go from Sol to Crowshaw, from Crowshaw to Redder, from Redder to Idris, from Idris to Elysium, from Elysium to Centauri, to Null, to Oberon, to Vega, to Bremen, to Nyx, to Castra, to Hadrian, then to Terra. You had to go the entire other way around the system. Which is why Stanton is such a huge deal, because Stanton, like all of those systems, like Stanton is a fairly new system. It's one of the newest systems that it was discovered. It's only been discovered and used for about 100 years. Which is why it's a huge deal, because it shortens that trip by a lot. Because now it's Sol, Davian, Killian, Ellis, Magnus, Stanton, and then Terra. That shortens it by like 7-point jumps. The Suez, like in the Suez, there's no natural lake. It's like 1/3 of the north of the canal. There's a natural lake like one third from the north end of the canal. Yeah, I'm thinking more of the Panama Canal, but yeah. Imagine doing a system with an unstable jump point only to be getting left in the system by the timing of the gate. It's happened before. You got to have your fleet cap patrolling. Push the Chevy to the levee. Hunting as a game loop compound bow would be nice. I'd like to see it in the future. I mean, they have compound bows physics because it's been in fucking Crisis. Looks at Oritani system. Yeah, the Oritani system is the one that was the system that collapsed. The hands wave have already been waved. Hey, Jaden. Yes. Pyro crabs. Don't eat the algae. Your life support system's turning carbon dioxide into oxygen for you. Yep, those pyro crabs. Yeah, humans and algae. Name a more iconic duo. I'm your Huckleberry. Myra Lark snap, basically. Yeah. I was gonna say Pyro has crabs. Yeah. I thought one of the Pyro planets had a few really weird life forms that had to hide in storms. Like, been a while though. Maybe. I don't like that. A lot of that lore is old lore. The story about Pyro and the gang seeing visions in the cave is pretty sweet. I wonder if there will be random solar flares in Pyro that disable ships. Maybe. I think that's the plan, which is why they need to have more damage types and more advanced damage system for 4.0. May not be coming for the very first part of 4.0. That's definitely required for Pyro though. I was mostly hoping animals would be added by that time. I think there will be. I based off of Squadron 42 update, which I will mention ahead of time because we're going to be talking that towards the end, so like soon. They mentioned Fauna. And they're developing Fauna first for Squadron, and they've already started the process. At that rate, jump points start to sound like Borg transwarp. Yeah. How interesting would it be if they made plants able to make O2 in game, so you could supplement your CO2 scrubblers with live plants? Oh, that's why I say don't eat the algae. Okay, so don't eat all the algae. Stick to soylent packets first, though. Eat the Xian first. Give some turtle soup. Ooh. Boil your algae for at least 5 minutes before consuming. I really don't see a logical route. There is. It's just big. It's just a long route for large ships. Dear God, the time to get between them. Yeah, it would be massive. It would take a long time. Oh, of course, I get rated by Zero. Hey, Zero. Welcome, everyone, from Zero Stream. My name is Paul. This is the AstroPub. Welcome to the office hours, where this nerd talks about the game for too long. Talks about lore, talks about news. You can ask me questions about things. I can try to answer them. Were you escorting the Xian ambassador again, Zero State? Zero State. Kidnapping Xian children and sending them on missions to go kill Ninetails. It's a shortcut, yeah. Basically Stanton cut the time to travel between Stanton and Terra by like probably several days. So Paul, I'd Google Star Citizen subway star map. Yeah, there is a subway star map, but I'm using the arc star map because of like knowing the large jump points and stuff like that. What I miss? You missed a lot, Hawk. Well, they built an entire city planet in 100 years. How does an entire city planet even sustain life? No bodies of water, no major plant life to create oxygen. There's a lot of hand waving. There is a large body of water on ArcCorp. It's just not in game yet because they're trying to redo the water effects. But they have said that there is a large body of water on ArcCorp. There's a sea on ArcCorp. My guess is that they're going to use some sort of like they're using sea life in the water to produce the oxygen. Zero raid, it's a thing. How are you doing, Zero, though? Hey there, Rain Bryant. I love the madness that Zero brings to the game. It's all a setup to prepare them for Spirit Wars 2 Electric Boogaloo. What system was the Kara commercial taken in? Rather what planet? Hard to tell. There's no definitive identification markers for them. They just seem to be random planets. They probably will eventually identify those planets, but NPC on the ground is the first step to what's coming next. Exactly. We already see NPCs on the ground. They don't move much. Actually, they do around Ghost Hollow. A lot they move, actually. But hyped for warp gates. Yeah, warp gates can be big. Do you think they might have something like a concept 777I for traversal between systems? For those that don't yet have something in their hangar to do the trip on their own? Are you talking about like a 777, like a 707 sort of thing? Yeah, it's called this Genesis Starliner. Crusader Genesis Starliner. It's in development. It's just a while from getting developed. Any thoughts on the new underground facilities they're working on? Sounds like these will be in Pyro. Probably Pyro, but probably first tested in Stanton. The facilities seem to be a variation on the current bunkers we have now, but just done a little bit differently. Why does a city planet have hardly any demand for goods? Because the fucking Quanta system doesn't work yet. That's why. Eventually, it's going to need a lot of goods because it needs a lot of resources to create the resources it does. Spirit Wars 3 Wrath of the Gion. What's the difference between going through a jump point without a jump gate? We don't know yet. There's no hard and fast lore or gameplay yet. And the reason why we don't have a lot of hard and fast lore is, and we learned about this talking with Dave Haddock, the narrative director of CIG, Lore Citizen, last podcast. Check it out. We sat down with them. Effectively, they don't want to write the development team into a corner. So they are very broad and general with a lot of their ideas. So like jump points, for instance, they don't have 100% hard and fast information on where the development team wants it to go. So they've been very general and broad with the concept of what they are and how they function. I call them time-space anomalies, or we call them wormholes, because that's the closest like analog we have. They could be neither of those things. They could be completely separate scientific phenomena, which possibly exists or maybe doesn't exist. Hey, Amber Vulcan. No, the 7700i is a fan art creation that was built for what he's talking about. Okay, let me look up the 777i then. This was made 3 months ago. Is this Astro Chronicles? Yeah, it's Astro Chronicles. Hi, Astro Chronicles. You're probably watching this right now. He actually watches the channel, so watch him. Yeah, Astro Chronicles does a lot of good work. This seems very much like the Starliner. Yeah. Subscribe to the Astro Chronicles on YouTube. They're good. They're good people. People. I don't know. In general. It's like an 890 had a baby with a Genesis Starliner is what it is. This isn't the Starliner. This is a fan-created work called the Origin 777i. 777, yeah, I. It's white box. But this is effectively, if you're wondering if CIG would make something like this, they kind of already have. It's called the Genesis Starliner. Pull up a Genesis Starliner. Genesis Starliner. This has been in concept for a while. It's the first Crusader ship that actually was sold, but it's still got to go through a rework to make sure it matches with the recent Crusader work. But this is probably in lore one of the most iconic ships of Crusader. Actually, it is the ship that put Crusader on the map, because every major transportation company, like Starliner transportation company, anyone who transports passengers from point A to point B, has a fleet of Genesis. And the reason why is because the Genesis is a highly versatile ship that can be built in many different configurations right off the same assembly line as the generic ones. That was one of the reasons why they bought Crusader proper the planet, like Crusader Industries did, because they wanted to have a space where they could build these larger ships without much other issues in terms of like the zoning and stuff like that. They could build out these platforms much larger, and they could build these larger ships in assembly line format. What about the Jupiter? I thought that was a major turning point for Crusader. It's the first major ship sold by Crusader, but we know that in lore, the Genesis actually spawned a period of time where it was the Genesis Starliner was so ubiquitous with travel. If you were traveling outside of a system, you were traveling on a Genesis. People were calling for a short period in the 29th century. People called travel going on crusade because of the Genesis, because you would fly in a Genesis Starliner. It's kind of like back in the 40s, the DC-10, I think, was the only plane you flew in. The likelihood of you flying today in a plane anywhere that's not international is probably, in the United States, you're probably flying a 707. Like, you probably know what I'm talking about. And if you're in Europe, if you're flying, it's probably, Eurobus? Airbus? I can't remember the name of it, but it's the same concept. Like, there is just one type of plane that almost all people use, because using these transports, all one version, which has different variants, but all the same thing, they all have the same parts. It makes it easier to fix them. Parts are going to be a thing in some sense. DC-10 was the 70s. I remember there was a Douglas plane that was a transport plane in the 50s and 60s that was used. I can't remember the name of it. They used it very similar to it was I think civilian versions of a military transport in the 40s. DC-3, okay. Yeah, the DC series. Yeah, DC-3 is iconic. It's the one that you see in like a lot of like 30s, 40 serials, right? So the answer, if the question is, do we think we'll see this? Yes, we already have one in game, or we're going to be putting one in game. Do I think it'll be making it in by Pyro? No, I don't think you're going to be chartering Genesis flights to Pyro. But I think when they add things like Magnus, you might be able to get that. A380, yeah, the Airbus A380. Effectively, what the Genesis is, it's the 747 of Star Citizen. Douglas C-47, thank you. Skytrain, aka Dakota. Yeet. Oh, I see what you did there, Dakota. Military cargo plane that was the Dakota, and it would put Douglas on the map for aircraft. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You only fly F-16. Has Laura explained why we aren't able to buy military? Why we are able to buy aircraft? Are we already Citizens games? No. Why we're able to buy military aircraft or spacecraft in Star Citizen is twofold. One, blame Anvil Aerospace. And two, Militia Mobilization Initiative. Anvil Aerospace started the trend of selling military ships, civilian versions of military ships to the public in the early 29th century, in a time when the UEE was super weak. So the UEE was just came out of a revolution where they overthrew their last dictators and were trying to establish a new control while there was likely still active fighting going on in several systems which hadn't capitulated to the new government yet. So there was still very fragile. Anvil Aerospace stepped in and replaced a lot of the old aging Aegis designs, because Aegis was on the naughty list for, facilitating genocide. But they couldn't destroy Aegis because Aegis made up like 90% of all the fleet. So they did the next best thing and started to replace all of the aging Aegis ships with modern ships made by other companies, including RSI and Anvil. Because Anvil got in early, and they were a Terra-based company, so they had more of a in with this new government. They were able to produce lots of ships that the government needed to replace the aging Aegis designs, but they also started to make civilian versions because of civilian requests. And the UEE was like, that's a good idea, because it meant that they could give practically military equipment to civilians, especially civilians who are trying to control space that they already controlled. There's a famous group of militia called the Bremen Defense Force, which is a volunteer militia that has controlled Bremen forever, and they're very fucking good at their job. They're the standard by which all militias are held to. They're one of the best. Like the Super Hornet was built for them. The Saber was built. Saber and the Super Hornet, the Saber, and the Scorpius. All three of them were built with the Bremen Defense Force in mind. They gave the Bremen Defense Force versions of those ships to test. That's how good Bremen Defense Force is. But they proved that you could use a highly organized volunteer militia and keep the peace without having to spend shit tons of money to police for like distant frontier worlds. So to the UEE, it was a win-win. Let people buy basically military equipment and deal with their own problems on the frontier, and they don't have to spend fucking tax dollars to deal with it. Especially tax dollars they didn't have, because not all the planets and systems were under their control. That process continued forward because RSI then started to make military versions of theirs. Aegis would famously start selling some of their ships to civilian market because the UEE was no longer fucking buying them. So they just started taking their designs and giving them to civilians or selling them to civilians because it worked. And then, of course, this UEE would also start selling lots of surplus because they needed money because they were broke. And then we come to the modern day 2940s. The Vanduul attack Vega, and shit gets fucked. And they realize immediately they have to declare war to kind of go on a war footing to deal with the Vanduul threat. In the process, they realize that they're going to have to pull what limited forces they did have patrolling systems inside UEE space away from UEE space and towards the front lines with the Vanduul, which meant that they had to replace those forces with other forces, private security and militia. But those private and security militia didn't always have access to very, very big or very, very good military-grade hardware. So the UEE passed a law, the UEE Senate passed a law called the Militia Mobilization Act, which basically made available militias and individuals to purchase, in good standing, to purchase military hardware in limited quantities. So, for instance, the reason why you can buy an Idris M or a Kraken, well, maybe not Kraken, but an Idris M from CIG is in lore. The reason why they only sell a certain number is because in lore, that's the number that they're allowed to sell to civilian market. That's how that works. We get the Kraken. You can get the Kraken. That doesn't require. It's not a military ship. It's just very fucking difficult for them to make. Like right now, the lore right now is that Drake is way behind on their production of the Kraken because they didn't have enough facilities, production facilities to build all of the demand for the Kraken. Just makes sense. It makes no sense why the MMA wouldn't include selling F7As to the CDS forces. It makes sense why they wouldn't, because they don't sell F7As period to the civilian market. They sell F7Cs. The difference between an F7A and F7C is just some components. It's not very different. But to players, they just look cool as shit. Yeah, civilian versions. The F7As we may be able to purchase, but I think CIG also wants that to be kind of like a in-game thing. I got sort of a lore question. Is there music in lore like punk rock? So does There is music lore like punk rock. It's called gutter punk, but yeah. Or gutter thrash, that's what it's called. I don't know if that's an actual thing in reality, but I think that's what they call themselves, is gutter thrash. So does that mean there are still guitars? Yeah. Yeah. There's even S-pop, which is like Star Citizen's version of J-pop. Which is from Saisei, which is the kind of Japan stand-in a little bit. Cousin Crows is having trouble because they are overwhelmed with the number of things. Because all privateers are made by Cousin Crows. Things I never knew equals all of this. Hey, a lot of this lore, like, so I keep bringing this up because I think it's very important if you're even interested in the story behind Star Citizen, like the lore of Star Citizen, the narrative that's being spun in Star Citizen or planned to listen to that interview that myself, Jail, and Algrid did on my last Lore Citizen podcast, youtube.com/TheAstroHistorian, if you want to check that out. Because it does have some very enlightening things that if someone who's brand new to lore may not kind of get in terms of like the vibe they're going for, and also that there's just a fuck ton. There is far too many, too much lore. There's like 10 years of lore where they did a lore piece every week for 10 years. Every week for 10 years. It's a lot of fucking lore. Which is why people like me can pull things out of my ass like this, that it's in the lore, but it's like, I know this dumb shit because I've read all of this, but I know that nobody else would. J-pop is a guilty pleasure. Kraken also has a merchant version. Yeah, the Kraken Privateer. That's made by Cousin Crows. Honest question, for someone who has never played Star Citizen and is interested in the game, is it worth starting now after all this time, or would there be no point as it's kind of on the decline? Star Citizen on the decline? That's news to me. CIG just reached 4 million accounts. I don't think Star Citizen's on the decline. It's on the rise, really. It's on a rise that I wasn't expecting. I've been following the game for 10 years. Star Citizen's not on the decline. Would it be worth trying out? Yeah, it's free to play right now. It's free to play for until the 18th. All you got to have is an account. Check it out, see if you want it, because you don't even have to pay for anything. Just try it and see if you like it. It's definitely buggy, and it's still messy. It's definitely not a finished game. If you're going there expecting like a finished, polished game, you're going to be disappointed. The FPS is garbage at times, unless you have a beefy computer and exactly the right specs. It's not going to be very playable. But as long as you have like an SSD, a decent graphics card, and a good CPU, you should do okay. Yeah, nah. Yeah, this is the biggest year that CIG, the company who makes Star Citizen, has ever had in terms of funding. I think the question was more directed is Star Citizen on the decline? The answer is nah, Star Citizen's not on the decline. It's definitely worth your time if you're interested in the game. Like I said, it's free to play. Check it out for yourself. See if it's worth $45. But never, and I mean this, you never have to purchase more than $45 for this game. I mean, eventually you'll have to pay $60 because that's what the game will cost, but you'll never be on a starter package. People may suggest things like to make your life easier to get like an Avenger, so it's a little bit more expensive, but you don't even need that. So if you decide to buy in the game, you don't need $4,000 worth of ships. Just because there's no point. All of those ships will be earnable in game in some way, shape, or form. So if you play the game, you'll enjoy it. Some of my most entertaining experiences in Star Citizen has been me playing a game package that just has one Aurora. I've had the most fun doing that. Hey, it's me, G4. Did you change your name, Atreides? I just started in April 2022, and it's all I play now. I'm addicted, and it's been forever since I've been so much to learn. Just remember, Nug, that you're going to eventually reach a point where you've tried everything, and there will be a burnout stage. It definitely happens with Star Citizen. But there is a lot more now than when I started. To be fair, when I started, there was just a fucking hangar. Atreides asks, what multi-crew ship are you most likely to take out as the first as a daily driver? The freelancer or a freelancer, any freelancer, me personally a miss, or a Cutlass Black? Zero to hero, baby. Yep. Lore question. Do you think CIG will do something with the Oritani, like having some jump point open again and the terraforming people have made a society? Oh, 100%. I wouldn't be surprised if the Oritani are legitimately a civilization that's going to rival the UEE. They've been there for hundreds of years, if I remember correctly. It's like been 200 years since the Oritani have been trapped there. It's good to take breaks, yeah. Oh, does the free fly end today? I thought it ended at the end of the week. I guess it is technically the end of the week. As long as PES works and then the server meshing works, Star Citizen is about to truly take off. Yeah, I think PES will work. You're going to see. Here's some expectations, because we've been going for far too long, and I need to get through this. I need to get some water. And blow my nose. But because I got to do the Squadron 42 roadmap or monthly update, which is huge. But what the heck's an Oritani? Okay, so Oritani is a planet. It's a system. It was having some struggles because the system was being terraformed by a private company, and it wasn't doing well. They were trying, I think they were doing an experiment of some kind, where the company was offering anybody who worked for them, the company who owned the terraforming rights, was saying, hey, if you come to the system and live on these platforms that are terraforming platforms, like station/terraforming platforms, live on these stations with your families, you will get a portion of the planet when it's done. You will earn settlement rights on these planets. So a bunch of people signed up and moved their whole families to the Oritani system, which hadn't been fully developed yet. And there were some rumors of some shady shit going on, and the CEO offered the head of the UEE terraformation division and a bunch of press to come join them to say, this is all just bullshit rumors. None of this is true. Come see for yourself. And when that happened, the Oritani jump point collapsed, disappeared. And there'd been multiple attempts to try to reopen it and figure out what went wrong, but no one has figured out what happened. And it has never returned. And it's a scary thing because it's not the only jump point that has collapsed in the past. So we do know that jump points, we don't know how they form, but we do know that they collapse. And so there's an entire civilization of semi-independent people who were mostly living on their own, developing a system in a developing system that have been missing for hundreds of years. Oh, the free fly is finally over? Okay, I thought it was a little bit longer, but yeah. Right, I run an i7 1180K, 32 gigabytes of RAM, and NVIDIA and 360. Would that be enough for me to run the game comfortably? The cost of the game isn't much of an issue. I find it hard to pick up a game that I know very little about. I'm just more unsure about if it's honestly worth it. Nusby, are you interested? Do you play like Elite Dangerous or Eve or other space games, or do you play things like Tarkov, or games like GTA or like Skyrim, like more sandboxes? Because like honestly, if you're on the fence, I definitely do some research, look up to see. There's plenty of videos on YouTube that I definitely suggest people like Captain Burks, a friend of mine named Logan Plays. He does some videos on this. Space Tomato, Board Gamer, Super Mac Bros, Salty Mike, Mythmatic, yeah, but why am I blanking? Morphologists. Those names, just look for the like Google them and then look in their videos for should you play Star Citizen or Star Citizen starter guides. And there's a bunch of videos they've done over the past year, 2 years to talk about what Star Citizen is and where it's going and where it is, what its whole is. I can tell you that generally speaking, if you're looking for a game that is complete, it may not be a game for you. If you're looking for a game that has promise and potential to evolve and you like sandbox games or space games or action games like Tarkov, that kind of stuff, stay Tarkov, then yeah, it's definitely worth it. But it's really depending on a lot of other factors. You should be able to run the game with no problem with that. Those things, though. Yes. Render Kate, yeah. Is Croncy here? Does Croncy do other videos? Does Croncy do videos on, did I get raided by Croncy and I'm an asshole? No, okay, good. Yeah, Croncy also does videos on that too. He's a good source of those things. He's a newer YouTuber, but he's a Twitch partner, so. Question: is there anything in lore about developing of interstellar drives? That is a ship that does not require a jump point. Yes, there is. There was one genius who blew himself the fuck up. There's a whole story about it. Actually, it's if you look at, keep saying this. Watch Lore Citizen, y'all. If you really like lore, watch the Lore Citizen podcast or listen to the Lore Citizen podcast. It's available on Spotify. I do it with JL, Al, and a couple other people as well. Every so often, it's Space Tomatoes, Tree 0311, Fist 25, Jawa Sparky, a bunch of other folks like that. But if you listen to that, it's only, I think, 14 episodes. Each episode is around an hour. So it's 14 hours, which is a lot. But if you're like really interested in lore, we go through a lot of this stuff. Like, legitimately, one of the stories that I picked out as one of my favorite stories is a story about someone who was a super genius at a young age who thought that they cracked the code for interstellar drives that did not require jump drives and then blew himself the fuck up. All right, I'll have a look-see. Last question. Do you know, do I just go to the website and go from there? You can. You're going to have some fucking bad times, though, because the website is just garbage. But if you're looking to buy the game, if you go to the website, let me show you just in general. They do a decent job of onboarding if you know where to start from. So this is the website, robertspaceindustries.com. You can just Google Star Citizen and this is it. It's a bad name, but yeah. You go down here to play now. You click that and it'll bring up your, to be able to purchase. I don't want to click it right now because I don't know. Actually, I'm logged into my account, so I don't know if it'll say anything. Yeah. I have 9 game packages. 16 flyable ships. But yeah, it'll walk you through the stage. At that point, it'll walk you through the stage of how to buy the game, what the game is. It'll have that kind of stuff too. So yeah, if you're gonna use someone's referral code !StarCitizen in my chat, it might be !fly now. There's a little account that you get a bonus for it, I get a bonus for it, that kind of thing. I think it's check. Yeah, right there. It's exclamation point Star Citizen. That's what it is in chat. We'll give you a link to my referral code. Put you and Algren in a room and you guys could talk for a week, I bet. Yes, we have done so. It's only if they purchase it. Live SC lore courses, now that I'd paid for. Yeah, Citizen Kate and Will is another good one if you like Elite Dangerous. Was it July 4th when that happened? Huh? Paul, have you done lore for your Star Citizen character? Yes. Yeah, Croncy does YouTube, yeah. He does, I don't know if Croncy does, I think he does do stuff like that. My plan from now on is every time a new patch comes out to do a state of the game video as well, where I'll sit down and say what's added for this patch and like what are the goods and bads of the patch and if you should be looking into getting the game or not. Kind of thing. 9 game packages. To be fair, I'm sure at least 5 of them are gifted packages that CIG has given me to give away. I am very grateful that CIG has given me many packages to use as promos. I tend to use them for my monthly giveaways. So if you're interested in get the monthly giveaways, ! July will get you entered to win a whole LTI game package, courtesy of CIG, which we're giving away all this month. All you got to be doing is following us here on Twitch, subscribe to us on TheAstroPubLive and The Astro Historian, and you're good to go. Just use that link. That's a segue, ladies and gentlemen. And speaking of giveaways, we reached over 1,000 subscribers on our new YouTube, so we're going to give away a Talon. I gave away a Talon on the last monthly report video that I did on Star Citizen Monthly Report last week, and I said I was going to draw it during the office hours, so I'm going to draw it now. So the winner is Rolo the Dane. I don't know if that's Rolo or if that's just Rolo the Dane. They have a name. It doesn't say Rolo Kip, which I know is Rolo Kip. I have their full name. I'm not going to say their name, but I'm going to go to the comment. Out of 201 entrants. You don't really Twitch much? This was on YouTube. I mean, if you don't use Twitch much, it's fine. You just got to follow me on Twitch. You don't have to watch me on Twitch. Just if you use Twitch, just hit the follow button there. That's all you got to do. Let me see if I can go onto the actual link. Go through all of these names real quickly. Kate's actually doing exclusively Star Citizen vids now. Has done 4 a month and 1 year review for her time Star Citizen. Warts and all, she seems to be sticking with Star Citizen. A lot of people are. I mean, when I talk to Level Cap is obviously doing in and out, but he's still sticking with Star Citizen. And when I talk to Ollie is just head over heels over tail for Star Citizen. That man is here to stay. 200 comments. So hard to find this. Okay, there we are. I reached the last one. Okay. Do. There we go. All right, sorry about that. Going through all that stuff. Can I say that as a player, new since 316, it kind of turned off that CIG employees react so harshly to hate from haters. They're building an amazing game. They should be proud, not so defensive. I don't know if CIG tends to react to negative comments as much. They tend to not react at all. Though CIG is a lot more open with their development process. So as a result, people are just going to be more out in person. Does that make sense? I love me some Star City, but sometimes you need a little break when you come back. Everything is new again. Yeah, I agree in general. Yeah, I hope they leave 317.2 on the PTU until they iron out a lot more bugs. We'll see. Yeah, Jared is going to comment on Jared's going to comment. Jared's comment is more to do with persistent discussions, which needs to be... When Jared comments on things, he's usually commenting on things which are grossly inaccurate or so persistent and so dumb that they just need to be addressed because people will spread rumors. And the problem about spreading rumors with Star Citizen is that often Star Citizen often gets any kind of like negative rumors that'll be spread about, say, an aspect of Star Citizen, usually has someone connected to it. Here's an example. The barista. CIG went through and did a big change to how they do roadmap back in February. When they made that big change, one of the things they added to it was to the game was barista. And people absolutely lambasted this. Absolutely went to town and just made up a bunch of bullshit about why this was added, and they were shitting on this whole thing and saying this is a terrible thing. Kind of got turned into a meme, but there was some legitimately harsh bullshit that people threw at them. We found out a week later that the reason why they were adding the barista was because it was a test for a brand new employee who just gotten hired on, because to use the tools, CIG will give a new employee a task to use the tools they have at hand to help them learn the game. And if they do really well, CIG will add that part into the game because it's a finished asset, so they want to put it in there. Sometimes they have to come back and replace it, but generally that's how they do it. And so effectively, people were taking a shit on a new guy for getting a job done, which is fucked. And that's kind of shit happens more often than not in Star Citizen. people will let their own emotions run wild rather when it actually affects people who work really hard on things. Wasn't an intern not just a new employee but a student? I think they were an intern and they became an employee. Like they'd worked in the company before. I mean, I get the idea of ignoring the hate, but there are people behind the whole thing. I hate how you could just say that about game development in general. That's the point. Like, there's been a wall that has been created between developers and players that has existed for 20, 30 years. But we live in a time when access to information is so easily available that you still, like, developers never talk to gamers. Almost never. They'll talk to each other. And if you know the right people or know the right avenues, you can get access to that information, which is why some YouTubers have made entire careers out of analyzing GDC footage and other things, talking about the history of development of certain games. The gamers, I think it's like GAXMERs, or no, G Lambda. It's like a lambda instead of an A. MERS, this really good documentaries where he kind of goes into depth about researching various games, their history, why they worked, why they didn't work, those sorts of things. But because we've had this wall between these two sides, gamers, people who play games, aren't really informed about what it takes to make a game and how that process has changed over the last 20 years. As a result, you have an animosity between people who develop games and people who play games. Because a lot of people put a lot of work into something and then something gets changed and then someone will say, oh, fuck QA. QA should have found this. It's like, fuck you. QA probably did find that. It's just management chose not to develop it. All these game companies are developing all these loot boxes. They're fucking greedy. It probably wasn't the game developers. It was probably the publisher who forced them to do it so they could make money. But we don't understand the function and form and how games are developed and the collaborative nature of games as gamers. So we tend to shit on games when we shouldn't. And we tend to demand things that we shouldn't if we really wanted better games. Like demanding games faster has caused many games to be released unfinished because suits don't give a shit about what actually is ready and what isn't. They just want a time. And let me tell you, working in game development sucks ass. It is the equivalent of being a teacher in any major subject, except for maybe gaming, where like you don't become a gaming developer because you want money. You become a gaming developer because you like games. Yeah, Jerry isn't really bothered about things. When he makes those kind of comments, it's more about, it's more him either being jokey about it or just him just kind of being like, oh, fucking shut up. CIG could do better at diffusing issues by acknowledging them earlier rather than waiting for community to go Fitchport riot. Oh, I agree. CIG can never admit fault. That's a flaw that I hate about them. And I know why. It has nothing to do with any of the developers. It has to do with management. Management is too scared of admitting they went wrong in some cases, even though they'll later basically admit the fact. Putting down the announcement and apparent priorities as improper is not the same as effectively attacking a developer. I have yet to see someone attack a dev as a person for simply working. Matt C., I think you misunderstood the context of my quote, of my point. The point wasn't that the announcement was somehow good or bad. The point was that people were upset and they took some of that upset anger and directed it at a person who was just doing their job. And anyone who does work, especially in something like game industry, does so because they want to be more creative. They want to be able to express themselves more, and they're going to take a pay cut or work much longer hours than they should. So someone who has put a lot of work and effort into learning the game, the tools to develop the game, it's probably a bad taste in their mouth that if they spent 16 hours, 100 hours, 1,000 hours, doesn't matter, on learning something that your superiors thought was good enough that they were going to put it into the game, first month or first week or first couple months in working at the company, that's a big deal. And for the community, who is very close to the development community, to shit on that person's work is kind of fucked. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be mad at CIG's announcements things. There are some problems that CIG had.
Is a complicated profession.
I have expressed that as well. But there are ways of expressing it that doesn't turn something that someone worked on into a meme. Oh, wait, solidarity with workers, yeah. I don't necessarily think CIG is pushing the boundaries of gaming. I think CIG is comfortable of not making any money. Contrary to people believe. When people believe CIG is barely scraping by. I don't mean that like closing tomorrow, but like they're not comparatively to their size. Nothing. I do think that they're doing things that the other companies could improve upon. They have a much better working relationship with their employees compared to other people, but software development is a complicated profession, yeah. So effectively what I was saying in that whole thing was, if someone is expressing frustration with the community, as a developer, I can understand why. Especially as a person who's been in this community so long that I've just stopped going to major community websites because it feels like it feels pointless a lot of times. When there's a big hubbub about something, like I think recently it was about fucking theaters of war or some shit like that. It's like people getting angry. It's like, why are you getting angry about theaters of war? Oh, because they promised. It's like, who cares? Like, I care about what's in the game now, what the game's coming out in the near future, and what CIG's doing planning in the near future and the distant future. Not so much, but the path they're going. They don't have a lot of money. They need to hurry up and release Squadron 42. But with their reputation, it needs to be as close to bug-free as possible. The balance. You've just discovered the balance. They want to release Squadron 42 because Squadron 42 will give them a reputation for completing a game. From what I can tell, it's a pretty good game, based off of what I can tell through what I've accidentally spoiled myself for. But they also need to have the game be a good experience. At the same time, CIG is growing to a huge size as a company. And while they can support that huge size now, that is not an infinite money tree. Compared to something like EA, which can release a mobile game and make $1 billion on microtransactions alone, Star Citizen's making garbage comparatively with its size. No problem, Matt. Yeah, that was the perspective, was that, like, because the question was more like, I don't like, someone was stating they didn't like CIG being negative, just, don't really worry about it, just kind of focus on that. And I was like, yeah, from the perspective of the developer, I can understand someone being frustrated. CIG cannot afford Cyberpunk 2077. No, not with Squadron. They're sending a ton of devs, which is good. We'll hopefully get Squadron 42 soon. Well, that's a good transition. We'll talk about Squadron 42 here in a moment. They keep getting more money. That's true. They keep getting more money, but they also keep hiring people. They keep spending that money at higher rates. Paul, signs of the community fan site to find out the latest news. Hi, welcome to fan site. Here's your torch and pitchfork. Basically, Jaded. It's like, oh, cool. Did CIG, talk about something new? Oh no, we're complaining about like the Ares again. It's like, oh, okay. All right. Segues into Squadron 42 monthly report. Let's look at Squadron 42, what they did in Squadron 42 this month. So what I'm going to do, for those of you who are new to the 2 office hours, this is a segment where I'm not going to reference the chat. This is what I usually call a capsule, which is a little bit of this live stream that I'll pull out and put up as a standalone video on YouTube. So this entire stream will be available on YouTube after the fact. It's being broadcast to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. And during the YouTube, and then after, like on Saturday, I will take the section that is just me talking about the Squadron 42 monthly report and put it up on YouTube separately as a separate video. It's probably going to be anywhere between 30 minutes and an hour as a read through, because it's a thick report. So. This is where I ignore chat. Yes, this is where I ignore you. I'm going to go get some water so my voice doesn't die and blow my nose so I don't sound like a nerd stereotype from the 80s. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll turn the music back on for now.
Drugs.
Weapons free, y'all.
2 words. Distress bacon.
Good news, everyone.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Cajita's wares, if you have coin.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Weapons free, y'all.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Drugs.
I have returned. Sorry about that.
Drugs.
Good news, everybody. Yeah. All right.
Good news, everyone.
Woo. Ow. Hurt myself. Okay. Squadron 42 monthly report. Bringing it up. Drop some of this all off. All right. Starting the recording now. Hello and welcome to another Office Hours capsule. That's right, capsule. Call them capsules because they're little sections. I say little. Look at the look at the live streams for Office Hours, because it's small bits of the Office Hours live stream that I pull out to turn into standalone videos for you to watch in case you don't have time to watch a 3 to 4 hour live stream and just want to have some of this information. What I also do for sure is every time CIG does a monthly report for Squadron and Squadron 42 and Star Citizen, I do a standalone video talking about them every month. So if you follow these month to month, you can see the progression of how Star Citizen and Squadron 42 are being developed. As always, I don't know if this is good or not. I don't know if you're enjoying these or not. If you are, make sure that you're subscribed and hitting that little bell icon to make sure you can watch this. You'll see this is live. I'm live on Twitch and YouTube. You can watch us live as well if you want to join us and ask questions about the lore, about the gameplay, about pretty much anything you want about Star Citizen or more. On Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern, Eastern US, twitch.tv/TheAstroPub or youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive. And again, I always do these, so you may have watched me from way long ago. Double check to make sure you subscribe, because we've moved this to a new channel called TheAstroPubLive, or just the Astropub if it's on YouTube in general. Make sure you subscribe because we're kind of building that back up from scratch. YouTube asked me, YouTube was hurting the growth for both of my stuff, so I had to move them to 2 separate channels. Just still catching a lot of people coming back from that, so. Without any further ado, let's look at what CIG has done in Squadron 42 this month. This is pre-recorded. It's not pre-recorded, Blizz. Well, I guess it is. If you're watching this on YouTube, it is pre-recorded, but it was recorded live. All right, June 2022, Squadron 42 monthly report. A little bigger. This is a cross post from the report that was recently sent out via the monthly Squadron 42 newsletter. We're publishing this a second time as a com link to make it easier for the community to reference back to. Two Squadron 42 recruits. Subject development update 7622. Reference CIG UK, CIG DE, CIG LA, and CIG TX. FAO Squadron 42 recruits. Welcome to June's Squadron 42 development report. Enclosed, you will find details on the latest progress made across the campaign, including updates to human combat, Volt weaponry, and spaceflight mechanics. Thank you for your continued support of Squadron 42. Sincerely, CIG Communications. AI content. Last month, AI content began their work at the Master of Arms behavior, which uses the same AI as the bartender, but interacts with different usables and plays other dialogue options. Supporting Squadron 42's numerous weapons and other varying shapes and size requirements requires an extensive catalog of assets. Earlier in the year, the team were pleased with the results of the mocap redelivery that led to the clear improvements in Graves and Kelly's movement cycles. Last month, they continued the process for remaining core cast characters. These assets had not been worked on for some time, so required updates to meet the desired fidelity. The landing officer is now finished and integrated into the chapter flow. The role of this AI is to keep the player help the player land safely and correctly oriented on the landing pad, with the character animations playing to assist with positional and rotational changes. This routine can now be viewed on the ship's cockpit display, as solely seeing the AI through the cockpit visor proved challenging. Lastly, AI content received essential bug fixes from AI tech to allow movements of trolleys from multiple alignment points. The AI can now wheel a diagnostic cart towards and away from the Gladius when it lands. This has allowed the team to conclude their work on this part of the deck crew behavior. So what we're seeing from AI from Squadron 42 this month is a lot of the core characters. I believe Graves and Kelly are crew members. I don't think they're pilots. We've heard Kelly before mentioned in the Moro tour, but I don't remember who they are. They could also be the CEO. I don't know if the CEO is named Kelly. But we also are seeing a lot of deck crew being worked on. They've fully worked out so that you can have the landing officer telling you where to land. It's the crew on an aircraft carrier who kind of signal to the pilots how to move and when they're ready to launch. I believe they're yellow helmets. I can't remember exactly. I think that's what they're referencing. And yeah, you can't always see from your cockpit view where you're landing depending on where you are, so it looks like they're having a little bit of the HUD going to be extrapolated out so you can see them going like, move left, move right, whatever the hand signals will do. So. And also trolleys to be pushed up for diagnostics carts so that they can fix your ships and such. AI features. Last month, on the human combat side, AI features began implementing a logic selection for different attack archetypes: Defender, Pusher, and Strafer. The Defender chooses a position to attack from and remains there until cover is compromised or no longer valid, e.g. the target is out of range or no longer visible. The Pusher is more active, rapidly closing the distance between them and the target in order to build pressure. The Strafer is more tactical archetype, choosing lateral position outside the direction of the target is aiming in to set up flanking opportunities. This is important because this behavior can be transformed into behavior we will see AI and Star Citizen do sooner once this has been implemented in Squadron. Each NPC can select an attack archetype that they determine will be the best for that situation based on multiple criteria. These criteria will include the range of the weapon that the AI holds. Example, characters with short-range weapons prefer the Pusher archetype. How many characters are attacking the target, and how many other characters are using a particular archetype. Each criterion gives a certain score for each archetype that's used as a weight when randomly choosing between the archetypes. This supports variation, reaction to different situations, and some intelligence in the makeup of archetypes in any given situation. Tasks from last month involved implementing each of the criteria scoring functions and the system for summing these and weighing the archetype selection. For human combat, work went into perception, cover, and movement animations for the female skeleton. This is in pursuit of completing the set so that characters with the female skeleton can perform the same combat maneuvers as the male skeleton. Work continued on the implementation of the new weapon accuracy system mentioned in previous reports. Last month, the prototype was set up, This feature features debug visualization of the percentage chance calculated from different factors, which will allow designers to easily tweak accuracy to balance difficulty. All right, so it looks like if you set a higher difficulty, they'll be more accurate, and if you set a lower difficulty for Squadron 42, they'll be more inaccurate when they're firing at you. It's an interesting way of balancing it. For the Vanduul, the team took advantage of the tech described in April's report and merged the Vanduul and human master graphs, the top-level state machine that controls AI behavior for characters. This should make the system far easier to maintain, while also allowing for specific behaviors for unique characters. They also selected and processed the animation generated in last month's mocap sessions, including bespoke animations for a section of stealth gameplay. Very interesting. So a lot of the features have been added together to make it, they're basically kind of taking the Vanduul. They're just coming off of a large sprint working on Vanduul melee and like attack systems. And now they've been starting to work on this human attack pattern. And I think they're getting that done as well. But the Vanduul are pretty nasty. They described in previous monthly reports of the Vanduul doing a backslash attack, where if you get too close from behind and they know you're there, they will swing backwards with their spear and hit you. And the way they're describing it, I was like, oh, they're just doing Dark Souls. You're going to be fighting Dark Souls bosses and in space is what you're going to be doing. So, but they're still different. The Vanduul and human behaviors are going to be different, but they're now all on the same kind of architecture. AI tech. June saw AI tech prototyping a set of fauna behaviors. Animals. Focusing on implementation of the entity class, verifying that all the components can function correctly on creatures. They're currently setting up animations, an initial version of the base B-Space, a basic creature roaming behavior, and a basic combat behavior based on the combo melee system used by the Vanduul. So June, they started working on animals. They've started working on animals. Why? Because they have the system to allow the animals to function, a la the nav mesh. So, there you go. Now, this does not mean that that animals will have to be, like Squadron 42 has to release before animals be added to Star Citizen. It means that once they're finished this process in Squadron 42, it will then be ported back over to Star Citizen once it's been implemented in Squadron. That may take weeks. After the fact, it could take months to integrate, to get the people involved to integrate. So, all right, work continued on locomotion code. This included improving the transitions between different locomotion states by further developing the initial implementation of pose matching. They also implemented linear speed warping, including a way to dynamically calculate a spline into a specific pose. For example, the enter position of a usable. This also allows the team to make a transition between movement and interactive objects smoother and more believable. They also began on improving the fixing idle steps, which are special animations used extremely short paths, max 75 centimeters. A lot of this was put in Squadron, Star Citizen as well. For 3D navigation, the team improved the implementation of Orca 3D for collision avoidance and continued to develop brake splines. Brake splines can be dynamically attached to a systematic movement of any entity that uses 3D movement, currently ships, but will include characters in EVA in the future. The entity can then select an appropriate spline based on its skills, direction, and other conditions before smoothing its entrance, allowing it to perform cinematic movement into a systematic behavior. That's, again, almost word for word from the Star Citizen monthly report. For trolley use, the team focused on tasks to allow an NPC using a usable, in this case a movable object, to be dynamically attached to another usable, such as a parking spot. They also supported the trolley lightweight update and tweaked path following to allow it to minimize the distance of the trolley from the path, keeping it on path. On the Subsumption side, multiple tool aspects were upgraded and bugs were fixed to move development into improvement stage. A new panel was also added to give an advanced selection of parameters when the drop-down menu becomes too large. So it sounds like Subsumption is done. Maybe the initial pass of Subsumption is done. I doubt I doubt CSU will ever be done with anything, but obviously they have to be done for Squadron at some point. But it sounds like they're at a phase where they're just like, okay, this is the Subsumption we need for Squadron. Now we're just going to improve it, like the tool. Now we're going to improve it from here. So that's good. All right. Animation. Throughout June, the animation team worked on zero-G traversal, helmet usage, female Spec Ops AI, and look dev for weighted characters. Female Spec Ops AI. Sounds like Marines to me. Improvements were made to the cast locomotions, Vandal searching, Vandal and cockpits, sick persons. What? I'm sorry, what? Sick persons? I'm trying to grasp that in my brain. Does that mean like injured people, or does that mean like cough, cough? Okay. And ladder blockouts. Weapon-wise, progress was made on the Master at Arms and the Volt SMG and shotgun. Previz tests were done on Chapter 1's AI, while improvements were made to the reaction system to enable smoother feeling gameplay. Pre-visualization is what previz. They're currently making the final passes on several cast members' facial animations. Final passes. A lot of this is sounding like they're finishing up a lot of the aspects of the game. Now, I would not take this as the game has been finished, but it seems like there is some serious wrap-ups in certain areas of the game being done. Art characters. Character art continued to develop key outfits for the UE Navy, including a bridge officer uniform, deck crew, EVA outfit, and training gear. They also worked on armor for the Screaming Galsons, a outlaw group, and made major updates to their hair shader alongside the graphics team. Art weapons. The weapons team began this month working on a number of Volt weapons, which we saw in the Sneakily Peekily this week, including an assault rifle, LMG, SMG, and shotgun. They also finalized their work on the riot shield. We're getting shields! Sorry, I had to do that. While the art team worked on modeling new assets, animation worked to give life to functionality to several FPS devices, including the fire extinguisher, laser trip mine, breaching charge, and a Volt sniper rifle. A new Clausen Werner underbarrel lightweight attachment was created too. 40 mic? Is that what we're getting? Are we getting an underslung 40 mic? Oh. Seriously, riot shields are good. They are good because in a close environment of fighting with riot shields, it makes a lot of sense because you're going to be in small corridors for most of your fighting on spaceships. So if you have a riot shield, it can give you some significant protection while you close the distance, which means that you can approach people and they'll have to be more careful about where they shoot. And also it means that you're going to have to fight AI with shields. So you're going to have to be more careful about doing things like using grenades to bounce them off walls and stuff like that. So it's not good for open battles and open fields, but since majority of Star Citizen's combat and probably Squadron 42's combat is going to be ship-based, it'll work very well for that. But It sounds like we're getting an underslung rail. Is it just a light attachment? Oh, it says new Klaus Infernal light attachment. Oh, I got super hyped for nothing. It's just a light. Oh well. Engine. In June, the physics team made several improvements to ray world intersections. Okay, before we get to the engine section, I'm going to say the same disclaimer I always say. I am not an engine seer or tech priest. I am not a Starfleet engineer. I am not I'm not been gifted by the Forerunners with the ability to understand everything mechanical. I am not an expert in anything with the engine section. I am reading the engine section out because I feel it's important that you read the entirety of the monthly reports to get everything out there. So if someone who knows the engine stuff, please let me know in the comments below what this means and if this is good or bad for Star Citizen as a whole. If you understand this. If not, feel free to listen along. There's some updates. I'll do my best to explain some of this if I can. All right. In June, the physics team made several improvements to the Ray World Intersections, RWI, which now contains a semi-continuous mode to trace against rigid bodies. This makes projectile intersections tests more robust with fast-moving ships. RWI also allows significant optimizations 3 to 5 times on heavy usage. Sounds good. The tilting of dense SDFs was introduced. The SDS coordinate conversion and trilinear interpolation were optimized. Support for player-only collisions geometry nodes inside CGFs and CGAs was fixed and extended, while work on the new ropes continued. Various bug fixes and other improvements were submitted too. On the renderer, Gen 12 translation continued with more passes being ported over, including responsive anti-aliasing, AA, and detail rendering in the forward stage. The process of scattering queries from reworked and debug UI was added for them too. Buffer copying sun shadow cascades was ported as well. The format of previous HDR frame has been adjusted, reprojection temporal AA, to be more efficient, and the cleanup of the renderer thread began. The Gen 12 ports of atmospheric and volumetric cloud rendering continued as a generalized processing context, and new stages to decouple view-dependent resources from the core systems that operate on them have been introduced. The atmosphere shader code was adjusted to compile well with DXC and SPIR-V. Various improvements were made to prevent concurrency issues when streaming in properties of multiple planets at the same time and relaying them to the atmosphere and cloud rendering systems. Gen 12 stuff is being worked on. On the core engine, entity arenas now utilize tags to track what entities/areas events send to each other. This replaces the hidden hierarchy logic that caused various issues and allows for more efficient code. Work on running the entire code base through include what you use, IWYU, continued. The goal is to eventually make IWYU part of the continuous integration pipeline, TriBuild, to keep code clean. Furthermore, a recent integration into the main development branch saw the introduction of CIG-STL and EA-STL namespace, which is planned to become the customizable STL library for Star Engine. The entity component update scheduler received updates to avoid iterating component lists when using manual update policies performance. Work on improving file locations, I/O, continued, which should eventually lead to improved loading times for small files. Also worked on an improvement R_display info continued. Lastly, the old FPS analytic buckets were replaced with an array-based frame time bucket that allows for more accurate profiling information. I understood some of those words. This is effectively a copy-paste from the Star Citizen monthly report as well, because anything that's done on Squadron is done for Star Citizen. They're the same game when it comes to this kind of thing. Features, gameplay. The Squadron 42 feature team continued their work on Character Customizer, making visibility and usability improvements alongside general polish. Further improvement and polish tasks were also completed for the Flight Academy application form. The ability to request weapon attachments from the Master at Arms was added too. Okay, so they're working on the customizer. There are also improvements. The polish tasks were completed for the Flight Academy application form. We're filling out a... Oh, right. It's in the trailer. So yeah, you get to apply. You actually... Kotaku, you're welcome. Your next article is Star Citizen Squadron 42 makes you fill out paperwork. Just give me 20% of your royalties. We'll call it even. The team also supported persistent entity streaming as recent changes caused knock-ons that affected several Squadron 42 team missions. Gameplay story. Gameplay story began in June, implementing the last of the mocap data captured at the end of April, which allowed them to complete several scenes to a high standard. It also enabled them to deliver a new scene featuring an NPC dragging a refueling hose over to the Gladius and plugging it in. Further polish work is required, but the scene is already visually interesting. Mid-June saw a new mocap session, with the team preparing to work with the data when it arrives. Towards the end of the month, maintenance and pose updates were done for several story scenes. The team also updated all bunk bed and mess hall scenes to ensure they correctly handshake with the AI. All right. That's a lot of that is just stuff that they're working on, mocap stuff, so which is good. I believe a lot of this for the graphics and VFX program in PTT is stuff that was also in Star Citizen, but we'll go through it as well. Last month, the graphics team continued porting features to Gen 12, including gas clouds, rivers, frozen oceans, refraction, and multipass support. Fixes also submitted for tessellization, partitioning for planetary ground fog. For the Vulcan backend, the team fixed issues caught by the validation layer, including mismatched texture types and mismatches of unused vertex input attributes, which are now reflected from the shader. For the rendered texture systems, the team fixed a crash caused by the wrong resolution being calculated when the screen resolution was changed, along with an issue with the RTT holograms occasionally pixelating. Bugs were also fixed with the LOD merger, including the update to allow combining objects with more than 64 submaterials. They also investigated issues with the rendering of invalid static shadow rate region entities. Significant progress was made on the hair shader too, including updates to the graying controls and variation tiling and melanin selection, which is all new character creator stuff, which we saw earlier there as well. Bugs, we already did that. VFX programming continued to investigating offline damage maps with persistence. They also continued implementing IMGUI debug tools for damage maps and dynamic bit set data structure for damage map queries. Changes were also made to damage map materials alongside optimizations to hit processing and rendering. Level design. Last month, the FPS team moved on to 3 new chapters. 2 more in the pipeline for in the coming weeks. Okay. That's faster. Alongside other level design and system teams, the space/dogfight team continued to focus on getting a large part of the game fully playable with functioning mechanics, as well as continuing to implement all in-game scenes, conversations, breakouts, and rejoins. The social design team worked closely with the social AI to implement some of the expanded systematic content that will bring the life to levels. For example, engineers going about their daily schedules and crew on downtime in the mess hall. For those of you who, if this is your first time listening to one of these or watching one of these reviews, Squadron 42 is broken down into 3 fundamental gameplay aspects. FPS, flight, and social. Those are the 3 specific types of levels you will encounter in Squadron 42. Sometimes you will encounter all 3 of those levels in one mission. Sometimes you'll encounter more in some missions than others. But all of them are part of the story. So you can think of it as kind of like when you go on a mission in Mass Effect, you go out on a mission and you go out into like an area where you can fight. But some of that part might be a social encounter rather than a combat encounter, and sometimes social encounters can lead to combat encounters and vice versa. But you also have, like, on your ship, you have social encounters with your crew. You can think of it like that. Social levels are designed to be social, and there are likely going to be some levels that are social that turn into combat encounters, either with space, like FPS or dogfighting, or vice versa. But those are the 3 distinct kind of encounters you will have, or 3 distinct type of gameplay you will have in the game. Social gameplay, FPS gameplay, and dogfighting gameplay. Narrative. June saw the narrative continuing to sync with design. This involves moving through the updated mission flow, assessing whether the existing lines still sell the intended story moment, and whether they provide clarity on how to properly progress. If they find a situation where existing lines don't apply, they discuss a modification or addition. These syncs will also provide the opportunity to deepen the narrative experience, be it providing a backstory for the location or its inhabitants. The team then moved onto another of the larger set-piece levels and outlined the prospective scripts and characters. Once decided, they'll generate scripts and placeholder recordings for the rest of the development team can hear and react to the content in situ. So they're working on kind of doing a review of mission flow and characters and dialogue, and then also using a larger set piece to get prospective scripts and characters for that. Narrative also developed ideas for an in-mission collectibles, so we're getting collectibles in Squadron, discussed the presentation and tone of the mission objectives, and outlined the hint system that will help lost players. Very cool. Finally, the producers from all disciplines coordinated to ensure that the remaining tasks were identified and tracked. The narrative team specifically is going to be entering in an interesting but intensive production schedule to capture any of the placeholder content that's been validated in playthroughs. Very interesting. QA. QA supported cinematics by reproducing issues found during development and chasing up outstanding bugs still causing issues for the team. General focus throughout June was on bug validation and reporting and recording scenes for review. They also made a push for editor testing to ensure the tools used by the team are working as intended, ensuring the development workflow remains stable. Tech Animation. Tech Animation team continued wrapping up the animation pipeline refactor mentioned in last month's report. This involved creating new rigs and tools and stripping out old code for more elegant and performant solutions. They also continued to work on a new system that puts fidelity above all else. Although rarely used in gaming due to its expense and limitations, this type of system is ideal for performance pieces. This was in the Star Citizen one. I don't know exactly what this means, though I have a hint that it has to do with 3D animation. Something they use in 3D animation that they may not use in games because it costs more, maybe smoother animations, more subtle character interactions, stuff like that. Chris is all about that kind of stuff. Planning was done for the coming quarters, and numerous new character heads progressed towards animation support too. All right. UI. In the near future, UI will begin implementing more streamlined vehicle HUDs and MFDs for Squadron 42. In preparation, they finalized the new layouts and visual concepts. For the new Star Map, the team worked on navigation and began preliminary work to show space clouds. UI tech team upgraded the new 3D UI card system so that, as well as floating layered UI, they could automatically apply UI to holographic curved surfaces. This allows them to create interesting visuals that weren't possible before, which will be trialed with the new Squadron 42 exclusive Moby Glass and Visor. That's a good example of like the difference between Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. Anything that's used in Squadron 42 on a Moby Glass is going to be different from the Moby Glass in Star Citizen, because the Moby Glass you use in Squadron is going to be a military Moby Glass. So it uses different aspects, and you don't need to have a lot of the stuff that you need in Star Citizen. So there'll be fundamentally different UI and different loadouts. That you can still port them back and forth from the different games, but they're a little different. Chat's liking the word finalized. That doesn't necessarily mean it's completely done. It just means it's in final stages, and that could mean, there some of these like UI could have hundreds of things they have to do, but finalizing a handful of things is a good sign. VFX. Last month, VFX worked on a key cutscene involving significant amounts of destruction. Due to the extra complexity of the scene, we spent some R&D time trying different ways to convincingly animate metal structures bending and tearing, as opposed to simply shattering like in lots of real-time destruction simulations. VFX team. God bless them. I'm sure it was very, very, very hard to study how metal bends and watching explosions and such. Elsewhere, VFX Concept works on new suite of energy-based weapons, and a support was given to the art and design teams across various locations. I believe the VFX team is working on energy-based weapons, which are probably the Volt weapons, which seem to be like an electric weapon, similar to the weapons. Sort of, we have similar weapons like that right now in game. All right. That is the monthly report for June for Squadron 42. The briefest rundown is Volt weapons being worked on. Some R&D stuff for some VFX stuff. UI is setting up for completing the HUDs and MFDs for Squadron. The new star map is also working on how you can show space clouds in the star map. Working on some sort of new system that puts fidelity above all else, which is rarely used in games. QA, doing good stuff. Finalizing a lot of stuff, too. There's a lot of finalizing, a lot of getting stuff done. Narrative entering a stage where they're, like, going through and play testing the game more often. The basic gist that I'm getting from this is Squadron is on its way towards beta. Or possibly alpha. Like a full alpha. They're reaching a point where building the game isn't the issue. It's playing the game and making it fun. That's really the takeaway I can get from June. Is that it's not that they've turned a corner, but they are turning a corner for many of the aspects of the game. Some stuff still needs to get done. Lots of stuff needs to be worked on. They're only starting to work on some of the AI skeletons for like female skeletons, but they finished up the Vandal skeletons. They're working on finishing up the human skeletons, like animations for, skeletons animations for combat. They're starting to work on fauna, animals to be roaming and working into the game. If they're already starting to work on animals, which is obviously a tertiary task, I doubt there's a mission that's dedicated to you finding an animal, and more of them being background characters or threats to your character in Squadron 42 in some cases. This is all fairly like end game sort of things you worry about at the end of your development cycle. So it looks like we're getting good progress for Squadron. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done so, and hit the little bell icon to know exactly when these are brought up. We do this every month. I do them for Star Citizen and Squadron 42. The previous episode is going to be right up there for Star Citizen for this same month, if you want to take a look at that as well. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. All right. So what do you think? What do you think? Animals with trolleys, the deadliest animal. Yeah. Hopefully Chris doesn't scrap Squadron again. I don't think A, CIG's in a position to do so, and B, I don't think there's anything that they would really want to do. I know people have pushed like, oh, why isn't Star Citizen using Unreal 5? It's like because they already built all these tools for their own game engine. Effectively, there's no point. I think Star Citizen fans are gonna be like about Bob. Gimme, I need it. Yeah. Fucking shields though, baby. Riot shields. Woo! They're trying to think it gets me in trouble. Deformation like in Space Engineers would be nice. I don't know if we'll get that far. I'd love to see it. If those of you who don't know the Masters of Arms, Master of Arms is the gunnery sergeant or something like that. And you see them in one of the playthroughs where like he goes up and asks for a plasma rifle and a 40-watt range. And the guy goes, just what you see, pal. It's a reference to Terminator, but like you've seen it if you watch the vertical slice. That's what they're talking about. Maybe that means we'll finally get my Explorer Mobiglass. Maybe. I'll pay them $10 at the store for some mutton chops and a mustache. Be nice if their haircuts did not look like your character maker like a knob. Yeah. They're working on a new hair shader, so I'm thinking they're doing that. Do we need to fill out an application form to play Squadron 42? Yes. I'm sorry, you can't play out game. You failed the psych eval. The true military experience. Anyone who's been in the military knows the true sim immersion is filling out paperwork. Sounds like they're getting close in Squadron 42, but not convinced it isn't just hopium. What it sounds like is a lot of people are going to sit down with Squadron 42 and say, this sounds good. This sounds like they're getting finished. The reality is they're finished with the beginning of the game. Based off of my knowledge through research and through talking with people in the industry over the years, what CIG seems to be finishing up is the stage where you build the game. The next stage after you build the game is the game fucking fun? Some of these processes are overlapping. Sometimes while you're building the game, you're also looking at different stages and judging those out. But generally speaking, there are two major stages, well, multiple stages, but there are two primary stages when you're developing a game. Making the game fucking work and making the game fun. Those are not the same thing. Sometimes, if you're really lucky, they are. But 99.9% of the time, making a game work does not make it fun. You have to change level design. You have to figure out AI difficulty. You have to see the flow. You have lots of aspects. Should this take place during the day, during the night? Should there be a rainstorm? There's a lot of aspects of game design, which is just figuring out the narrative structure and gameplay aspects. So, yeah, good way of looking at it as a pre-production and post-production. Once you've made the game fun, then you fix the bugs. Sometimes you can fix the bugs in the meantime, and when you get to the bug fixing stage, and sometimes when you get to the making it fun stage, you've reached beta. So while CIG hasn't officially said that Squadron is an alpha yet, it sounds like Squadron is moving towards beta. Like, not moving towards, sprinting towards beta, where they are finished with the fundamental architecture that they need to make the game function and are moving towards let's make this not shit. Will they let Evocati test in beta? No. I can almost guarantee you they will not do that. Yeah, the last stage is making it look good. Now, in some cases, they are doing all of those at the same time. We know that CIG, at least in previous months, has said they are moving things to a vertical slice standard, which seems to indicate that there are certain sections of the game they're trying to make it as finished as possible for some reason. Maybe it's investors, maybe it's for demonstration, maybe it's for like to show off, maybe it's a demonstration for us to play. We don't know. We do know that CIG does plan on doing things like Gamescom in the future. They also said that they do not want to share or show anything for Squadron this year at CitizenCon. So we probably aren't getting anything updated for this year, but in the near future. So. Squadron 42 beta. Yes, but a beta is not a situation where players will play the beta. It will be a beta in a situation where they are no longer developing assets. They're no longer doing building blocks for the game. They are now moving into making the game function, fun, fixing the bugs, and so on and so forth. That process can be extensive. That process could take weeks, it could take months, it could take years. It really depends on the level upon which they were able to build the game in the first place. We need to some of what they did instead of just reading about it. It's really frustrating. We need to what? Some. See? I think when CIG, I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of this year, CIG starts talking more about it. But you also have to ride that line of not showing too much because it can give away too much of the story. Like, for instance, I know enough of the lore that looking through half of the trailer, I know some aspects of the game. Before I even spoil myself through audio files, I know major plot points of the game just by looking at the trailer they did, because I know the lore. So anyone with even a passing knowledge of things like the attack on Vega, what it means for Star Citizen and the Star Citizen universe, will know what some scenes from that are and what some implications are based off of what we've seen. So if someone like me, who's an idiot, knows those sorts of things, it wouldn't take much footage for people to know the entire story of Squadron. What's the city on fire in the trailer? Is that Vega? That is Vega 2. Which is the major catalyst for the Vanduul War. Lord Giga Chad. So I get what they're doing. I would personally, if it was up to me, I'd love for them to do a vertical slice and release it for players. Because I think that would shut the fuck out of people. People who are like complaining about Squadron or whatever, if you gave the backers access to a demo level that said, this is under development, this is just a vertical slice, you can play it, there are bugs, it will break, but this is an example of what Squadron 42 is going to be, people will play the fuck out of it. And people would not talk, would you know, whenever someone would say, oh, well, where is Squadron 42? It's like, here's the fucking level. Play it. Squadron 42 takes place in 2944 is where it starts. We're currently in 2952. So. We at least need another vertical slice. Yes. All right. This isn't spoilers. But I will say the first hour of gameplay for Squadron is kind of nuts. It would be, if they did that, it would be a game changer. I think people would immediately want the game if you played the first hour of Squadron, based off of what I know about the first hour of Squadron. Lordy, lordy. Look who's... Nothing. I'm not going to say anymore. I mean, they've abandoned the Squadron 42 website. They just haven't bothered re-updating it. Is it the one they showed? They've showed 2 or 3 trailers and 2 slices. The earliest vertical slice is called the Moro Tour. It's very rough because it's very early. The latest one was in 2017, which was the vertical slice of like midway through the game. It was like towards the end of the first half of the game or something like that. Which was better, but still very jittery because it was before they even added object container streaming. Like OCS wasn't even implemented into the game at that point. Hey, Death Trooper. It's not the same. What we've seen with the 1 hour is not the beginning of the game. The first hour of the game. I don't want to say shit. Because y'all gonna be surprised. I'm not saying shit. That's all I'm gonna say. Is that it's nuts. I'm not trying to hype it up. I just want you to experience it. What I think about today's video? I only saw about half of it. It was all right. Is the game not linear? The game is Wing Commander. If you've played Wing Commander before, you know what I mean. For those of you who have no idea how that works, it's branching. So every decision you make, there are major paths where if you do something or make a decision, then it'll branch off into another pathway. So there'll be multiple endings based off of the paths you've taken, how it ends up. So it is semi-linear. There are multiple endings to the optional endings to the game. Now, the way that I understand it, there is always an ending to the game. You will not necessarily be able to change the ending scenario. The end of the game is going to be the same end no matter how you play. But who's around and how that ending plays out in terms of final decisions will matter. Yeah, it's more of a controlled choose your own adventure. The key with Squadron is that they seem to have their fundamental philosophy is player choice in approaching a mission. No matter what type of mission it is, the general goal is, hey, go here and accomplish this goal. How you do so is entirely up to you. This person has been kidnapped. Go rescue them. You can do this through stealth, maybe through negotiation, maybe through brute force. Maybe you can bribe somebody and get them to turn and free them for you. There may be 7 different ways or different individual ways that are all mixed together. You can go in brute force, go hide, sneak away and go bribe someone. And you can do all of them possibly. We don't know all of the details, but that seems to be the philosophy, which is we want to make a game that if you play the game, no 2 people are going to play the game the same way. And if you play the game again, you can play it in a completely different way and still get similar results. Deciding not to take a dump also leads to a new branch path. Fucking multiverse theory, man. Yes, depending on the mission you're going to be facing will determine what type of loadout you want on your ship, what type of weapons you take with you, and what kind of armor you're wearing. Nope, failing a mission does not mean the end of the game. You can fail and continue. The only thing that is not a continuable is you dying. Failing is a core aspect of Squadron. We're getting into spoiler territory with that, but yes, it is definitely a theme. Yeah, well, I mean, there's like respawn levels. I'm sure there's checkpoints and loading saves and that kind of thing. But I remember, Squadron's one of the major inspirations for Squadron and Star Citizen was Dark Souls. Not really Dark Souls, but Demon Souls. Chris played a lot of games because he's a gamer. I've met a couple people who've known Chris when he was younger and working on games like Wing Commander and such. And he is very, very much a gamer. And it seems like he still is. He plays tons of games all the time. It is his hobby. It is his pastime. And so he takes a lot of inspiration from anything he can get a hold of, which is good and bad, because if a good game comes out, Chris might want to try to implement some of those ideas into Star Citizen. It's like, Chris, make a fucking game. Stop pulling ideas. But he's even said in many of his design documents that and a lot of interviews, that a big inspiration was trying to do what he did with Wing Commander, but inspired by the difficulty of Dark Souls, and how Dark Souls forces you to plan and gives you a sense of loss, where you can fuck up. But fucking up doesn't mean game over. It just means you fucked up. And he really liked that. And so he seems to want to kind of incorporate that as much as possible into both of those games, with Squadron and Star Citizen. So I don't think you'll see something like a permadeath, but you may see something similar to the campfire system. The save points in Dark Souls and Soulsborne games, which would likely be your bed. So there may not be a situation where you can play the game. If you die, you're towards the end of the mission and you die, you're going back to the bed, son. You're doing this from the beginning. Son, daughter, NB, mixed beans. You are going back to your bed and you're thinking about what you did. Not from point zero, but from point zero at the beginning of the mission. I don't think you're going to see modern game design of multiple checkpoints in Squadron. So, like, if you beat mission 1 and you move on to, or chapter 1, and you can move on to chapter 2, or say mission 1, chapter 1. You beat that, you move on to mission 2, chapter 2. But there's a point where you save, which is likely a bed. But if you fuck up on mission 2, chapter 2, halfway through mission 2, you're going back to the bed to start that mission over again. I would not be surprised if that was the philosophy behind this. Because Chris doesn't want this game to be handholdy, but he doesn't want the game to be impossible. A much more older school style of saving and loading, which again matches with things like Dark Souls. You can only get to a point when you've reached this bonfire, when you reach the save point. No, it has multiple difficulty settings. They even mentioned in the monthly report that they're teasing with the idea of having accuracy be one of the levels that'll change based off of difficulty setting. So, like, if you set a really easy difficulty setting, the AI are just stormtroopers. But if you set it really difficult, they're like elite snipers. Am I saying if you die, you start all over? No, it's not like a one life thing. It's more like if you die, you start back from the beginning of the mission. That would be most likely. That's not confirmed. That's not something that has been 100% said by CIG. It's just based off of how Squadron has been described and based off of previous Chris Roberts games. And also what we've seen from Squadron, the bed is a huge part. bed seems to be the final beginning and the end of a chapter or mission. By the time Squad 42 comes out, all of us will be able to beat it without dying. Probably, because we're that good at the game. Chat, for heaven's sake, go play Wing Commander. Chris also made that and kind of pioneered this whole genre of games. Yes. I think save points, but also like once you pass a save point, those outcomes choices are locked in. Yes, I think that's probably going to be the case. Heck, I wish PUAI were stormtroopers. They're more like drug sloths at this point. Well, Stink Figures, we kind of know why that is. It's because of the servers. Todd Pappy even talked about it, how like the servers are fucked right now. And so they're decoupled server performance from AI performance, but that has obviously had some other issues which they have to work out. So, do you know how the Chris Roberts cameo plays out in this game? It's hilarious. I do, Sidness. I do. I see you too have been spoiled upon the entire game. Snidness. Snidness, you aren't just Hater with a different name, are you? Because I've already talked with Hater about this. Okay, yeah. I know the big plot twist. I know the whole thing. Okay. Yeah, me and Hater have discussed Squadron 42 before. I will say this. In general, when it comes to Squadron 42, there will be moments where you feel like you've been 10 rounds in a prize fight, and then 15 Mike Tysons show up. Good luck. No, I didn't see that one, no. The story of my spoiling of Squadron was I was looking for a specific old file for an audio file from somebody who had the like leak files. So it had a bunch of archive stuff. The problem is CIG audio files aren't labeled. They're numbered. So we were going through the audio files together of what they had, and we kept hearing Squadron files because they were mixed in with the Star Citizen stuff. So we ended up, by the time we actually found the file, we'd actually ended up knew like half of the story of Squadron. We'd be able to piece together based off of lore, what we know so far about Squadron, other leaks from Squadron, and the audio files. We can actually hear Chris Roberts' stage direction in some of them. But I don't want to spoil it. This is one of those games where, like, I get why CIG says they're really careful about spoilers, because the story is important. And I don't think knowing the story and knowing the spoilers matters, because the key of this game, it matters as much. The key of this game is playing it through multiple times. But I do think that the first time you play this game will leave an impact on you based off of how they've developed it. I think a Hater in the captain's table where he just spoils everything for the walls. Spoilers table. I love getting body slammed by the game. Bonked by the game. When you think about it, Squadron 42 is a success. If Squadron 42 is a success, and the success carries over the PU, Star Citizen could be the greatest long-run game of all time. I don't think so, but yeah. I wouldn't put Squadron 42 on the level of RDR2, but I wouldn't put it much past that. There are some emotional moments in Squadron. There's some most of the time, the way that the game is paced, you're too busy trying to survive to think. And then the game pulls back and lets you think, and you go, fuck. That's the trick they pull. Again, I don't want to keep going on it because I'll go into spoiler territory. I don't want to do that. The story's cool. It's really well written. I describe it as a popcorn action flick. It's like a good MCU movie, like an average MCU movie, not like Endgame, but like an average MCU movie. I don't know how much of what I listened to was just part one, or if it was the whole story. Plot twist spoiler: halfway through the game, you become a plumber, unclogging septic systems after Vert and a Boreal stalker ransack the toilets following a taco break. Yeah. Oh, that's the one thing I will say. The actors are fantastic. The acting is very good. The line delivery is good. The characters are solid. Mwah. It is fucking très magnifique. Like they are leaving it on the line. These characters, like if you remember watching Infinity War, if you ever played Infinite Warfare. You remember playing Infinite Warfare for like Call of Duty Infinite Warfare, and people talked about how the actor they got from Game of Thrones just kind of like he kind of phones it in. He's like, yeah, I know I'm doing this because you wanted a famous actor and I was available. Yeah, they don't do that in Squadron. They're giving it 130%. They are 100% taking it seriously. Craig Fairbass is, I know who his character is. I'm not going to talk about it though. He's cool though. Kit Harington, thank you. Yeah. Still maidenless. Geralt is great, yeah. No, I know who his character is though. Well, you also got to remember that a lot of those people who are in the game, like John Rhys Davies, Mark Hamill, a lot of those people have worked with Chris already, either through other films, like for instance, oh shit, let me look up his name. Cal Mason, the guy who plays Cal Mason. He's my favorite character in Squadron. Hands down, favorite character. He's played by Jack Houston. Now, we know that Jack Houston, actually, we discovered this again because we talked with Dave Haddock, narrative director of CIG and writer of Squadron 42. Jack Houston worked on Outlander, which was one of the movies that Chris produced, which is actually a pretty good movie. It's a sci-fi take on the Beowulf myth, which is, it's better than I get credit for, but it's kind of in that it's a solid B movie, as a lot of Chris Roberts produced and made films are. Solid B, maybe a little bit better. Does Chris play Star Citizen? Yes. His daughters yell at him about the game. But Jack Houston is in that, and he plays. I'll just give you a link because Jack Houston is one of those guys you've probably seen in a lot of different movies and games. He plays Squadron 42. He is in Unit 234, which is filming. He's in House of Gucci. He's in the Fargo TV show as Otis Weff. He's in Antebellum. He's in Manhunt, the TV show. He was in the Romanovs TV series. He was in Ben-Hur. He was in Hail Caesar. He was in Pride and Prejudice with zombies. He was in Posthumous. Boardwalk Empire. He played Richard Harrow in Boardwalk Empire. That was the one that I had heard about him before. He was in Eclipse, the Twilight Saga. He was Shrink, Garden of Eden, Outlander, Shrooms, Factory Girl, Neighborhood Watch, and Spartacus. He was in the miniseries TV Spartacus as Fabius. This is his first kind of big things. So he's been in a lot of things. You've probably picked up a couple of those or know him from a couple of those. There's a lot of Boardwalk Empire actors in here. A lot of Boardwalk Empire actors. Are we still 2 years away? I would say 3. 2025 would be my guesstimate. Based off of what we've seen and based off of what CIG has said, I wouldn't be surprised if 2025, spring of 2025, would be when we see it. Do you think you'll be able to get Dave back again? That episode was excellent. Possibly. I don't want to bring him in until... What I'd like to do is talk with Dave and talk with the other temp members of the team and see if they'd be willing to come on sometime next year or around when Squadron is announced for release to talk a little bit more about Squadron as much as possible. No. Well, so let me walk you down the primrose path to hell. CIG, Chris Roberts specifically, has said that they're not okay with giving a date or showing us content for Squadron at CitizenCon. Now, CIG is going to use a major event to announce the release date for Squadron. But Chris said they're not quite there yet. So we might see some more information at the end of the year. That's traditionally when CIG does release information about Squadron, is towards the end of the calendar year. But we probably won't get an announcement date, if that's the case. If we do, it'll be 1 year from that announcement. So at the very earliest, it'll be at the end of next year, which is unlikely. It's more likely that we'll see it at an event. So the next event after the end of the year is Invictus. Invictus is a great time to announce a game because a game like Squadron, because it's a military event. They go really well together as an announcement. And like I said, generally speaking, from the announcement, you'll have about a year before release because they're going to be spending marketing money, and an activation like Squadron will take at least a year. 9 months is the minimum. A year is preferable. And they even said that they were going to do a 1 year long marketing buildup and activation for Squadron, which makes sense. So if they announce that Squadron 42 is coming out a year from May of next year, that means that it's releasing in 2024. Then you add 6 months to that, at least, because they're probably not going to hit initial dates. They'll probably run into other issues, and they want to do as much polish as possible. So generally speaking, anytime CIG sets a date, give it about another wiggle room of about 6 months, and CIG is not alone. A lot of games like this do that because you just need time. It's hard to judge these dates. So if they don't do that, then, and they announce it at, say, CitizenCon next year, for CitizenCon next year, then again, you're leading into 2025. So the earliest date we can see will be sometime in 2024 with a more general likelihood of it slipping into 2025 just because of the nature of the beast. So when I say 2025 is generally what I expect, that's what I mean. It's based off of games like this don't just get released. They don't get done and then they release. They have to have marketing. Because marketing lets people know that it exists, because quite frankly, no one fucking knows this game exists. Outside of crazy people, no one knows this game exists. There's a rumor I heard about that David Braben and Chris Roberts are kind of friends and backed each other. They are friends. Lord British, David Braben, they worked together in Origin. They've known each other since Chris was like 19. They've known each other a long time. Oh, David Raven's at Frontier Elite. I don't know if they know each other. They definitely back each other. Chris grew up playing Elite, so he obviously played Elite because he backed he used a lot of the same materials. Richard Garriott is Lord British, yeah. He knows Richard Garriott. That's true. I talked to a guy at a video game store, and he said, what's Star Citizen? And Star Citizen is more popular than Squadron. More people know about Star Citizen and less about Squadron. Here's the reality. If you're in video game development, you probably know a lot more people in other companies. And if you are a young up-and-comer in now, 20 years from now, you will probably know a lot of people you've worked with or people you've met in trade shows or that kind of thing will probably be running development companies. Because the gaming industry is incestuous as shit. Because of the nature of how shitty gaming companies are and how they go through hiring and firing cycles every like 3 years and just people just get laid off. A lot of companies will hire new hires on from other companies in the area because they want to keep together. So as a result, you have a core group of really experienced developers who've worked for 17 different developers over their time, like, publishers over the time, but have been in gaming forever because it's their job. It's how they make money. That's why if you look at people's resumes from, say, Turbulent Montreal, CIG studio in Montreal, all of them have worked for Ubisoft. All of them have worked for Ubisoft. Probably half of them have worked for EA. Some of them have probably worked for BioWare. And they've probably worked, and a lot of them have worked together on UB projects and back and forth. It's just the nature of the beast when it comes to this sort of games. Eidos, yeah. The company that made, that was going to make Battlefront 3, Star Wars Battlefront 3, ended up being turned into Crytek UK, which then closed, and all of Crytek UK ended up in Star Citizen. Oh yeah, no, I live in Austin, so we are a video game town. I used to live like literally 2 minutes away from the offices for ZeniMax. The Blizzard campus isn't too far away from that, and neither is the EA campus. I think the EA campus is literally across the fucking street from that damn thing. So, like, they're all within a walking distance of each other. Do I ever see CIG making another different game in a different genre? Hell yeah. I think Chris Roberts is going to accidentally himself into a game studio. Like, obviously CIG was developed for Star Citizen Squadron, but I think he's going to accidentally himself into like several games, probably all in Star Citizen, but different genres. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we got a Star Citizen Privateer, like Wing Commander Privateer, but set in, but Star Citizen. So like an open world single player experience, the Star Citizen experience, but single player. Well, thank you. It's kind of late, but I'm going to watch the replay tomorrow morning. Thanks again for, honestly, no problem, Immortal Kid. Well, the honesty is just more like, it's more like based off of what I can see, you need to set expectations properly. And I think it would be a mistake to hope for a game to come out sooner. I would love to see evidence of that. If Squadron 42 was set to good to go, come out at the end of next year, I would be fucking jumping for joy. That is a fantastic idea, but I don't see it. Not with the current situation of the game, Star Citizen, not with the amount of stuff they still need to get done, and not with the amount of build up you need for a game like that. Oh yeah, don't forget the Star Citizen RTS as well. We're gonna see it. We'll have it. I wouldn't be surprised if we got I mean, one of the things I'd love to see is a Black Flag, Assassin's Creed Black Flag style game for single player, where you play as a pirate or like an outlaw in this sort of situation. Oh yeah, I forgot. Then there's the one that we all know, which is the first platoon, the Phantoms, the UEE, the Marine Squadron 42. Marine equivalent of Squadron 42, which will definitely, if CIG, doesn't take forever to develop their games, would almost for certain be its own standalone single player experience. If they don't know, Squadron 42 needs to be almost. If they don't know, Squadron 42 needs to be almost. It needs to be very good. It needs to be very polished. Plus, moving the studio, yeah. Would you recommend buying $45 Squadron 42 standalone pledge now in case the price will rise? No. If you already have a Star Citizen, there's a $20 add-on you can purchase to your game package, which will give you Squadron. And I would, if you are for sure like, hey, Squadron sounds like my bag, I want to buy this game, $20 for a game that's going to be 20 hours long is not fucking bad. Yeah, it's called Skull and Bones, the original Black Flag devs. I think it's possible they recently said that all the chapters for Squad 42 are now complete and only in polishing is left. Based off of, I don't remember seeing that, but based off of what they have said in terms of the latest monthly report, which we just read through, it's fairly clear that they're on a stage of, I'm not going to say for sure because it's a little bit more complicated. There seem to be on a trajectory of being feature complete, but not content complete. There's a lot of polishing going on though. Last I checked, there was probably a good half of the game is in polish stage in one way, shape, or form. So upgrade my ship to the ship that has no. So if you have a game package, one of the upgrade packages, let me see where is it's called. If you go into Pledge Store, go to extras, and I believe it's add-ons. It may be there or under game packages. It might be under game packages. I don't remember exactly where, but you can definitely buy the game for $20 if you already have Star Citizen. Yeah, it's in the Pledge Store. I don't remember where you see it. It might be under upgrades. Ship upgrades. That's just the CCU. I already have Squadron, so I don't like. It may not show up for me. I think you can do it even after you purchase it, though. It's under game packages. You may have to go onto Spectrum's support chat. Okay, so I'd go into games, go into Squadron 42, go to Pledge Store. No, that doesn't seem to work. Yeah, it's just a $45 add-on pack. So yeah, you may have to melt your ship and buy a Squadron 42 pack, a Star Citizen Squadron 42 pack. Because they're already $20 more. Because there used to be a separate add-on that you could purchase that would only show up if you had Squadron, or if you had Star Citizen. Yeah, games at the top is Start Your Adventure. I know what you're talking about. You go there and you go to Start Your Adventure, but I'll show you what I see. You go down to Pledge, right? There's the game, more details, strips for different campaign, list today. Okay, pledge now, $45. Let me double check this. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Right here, you go to pledge now. It takes you to the standalone $45 pack. Now, you could also go to the Pledge Store, and you can go to the game packages. Now, if you have a $45 game package, you can get a MR Squadron 42 combo pack for $60. So you're effectively getting the game for you're getting Squadron for 15. If you melt your ship for credit, and then, oh, this is War Bond only. So that doesn't even work either. You have to pay for the cash for it. But you can still get it for like $65. I don't know if there's a... This is all... I'm concierge, so I have all the rest of this stuff too. Yeah, it's right here. Squadron 42 MR combo pack. Right there. I'm in the US, so it doesn't add tax and that kind of stuff, so... Worth considering from now. So basically, you're getting 2 games for $60. I mean, technically, you're getting Star Citizen for $45 and Squadron for $20, but you're basically getting 2 games for $60 because Squadron 42 is going to be a separate SKU. It already is a separate SKU. So when you purchase Squadron 42 when it comes out, it's going to be $60. So if you bought Star Citizen now and you wait until Squadron 42 comes out, you'll pay for $60. Or you could pay for Squadron 42 standalone for $45, but then you're spending $90 for which you can get for $65. Yeah, you would have to melt, which basically means turn it in for store credit and then use that store credit to purchase say if you have like an Aurora starter pack, to purchase a Aurora MR Star Citizen Squad 42 combo for $65. So you'll have to pay the $20 extra on top of that, but you won't have to pay $65. You just that credit will be added to it as well. If you only have one ship, you cannot melt, correct? You can melt. You just have will lose you'll lose the game package. You'll still get store credit, but you'll just have one game package. It will no longer be available for you. You will not be able to play the game, but you'll have store credit. All right, y'all, I've gone way the fuck over my time. It is 4 hours and 33 minutes we've been streaming, and it is currently 12:30 in the morning. I have to, before I go to bed, I have to edit the Squadron 42 thing into a timeline and export it and upload it, and then, you know, do some stuff with it tomorrow morning. So I'm going to call this a night. Thank you all for joining us. Hopefully you enjoyed this. If you did enjoy this and you're watching this on Twitch, hit that follow button. We do Star Citizen. We're going to be doing other things in the near future too. I plan on doing a little bit more, I don't know, Vermintide or Vermintide 2 or Space Hulk Deathwing in preparation for September's release of Darktide, which is a co-op multiplayer shooter set in the Warhammer 40k universe, which is fucking awesome. We'll also be doing, you know, Starfield. I've been doing Starfield lore as well. So if you like, you know, Starfield stuff, we'll be covering that as well. But of course, Star Citizen is our main game. We do that all the time as well. So if any of that sounds good, hit that follow button. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you hit that subscribe button and the little bell icon to know when these videos go up, to be the first people to get in there. And sometimes I do giveaways on YouTube as well. So if you watch the videos, you can sometimes get added to win, just like we happened today. So, whew. Love all your faces, and like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.